Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, August the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, please. Make sure you guys can hear me. All right. Well, I am a terrible swing trader, as you know, but I did take XPEV this morning. Talked about this one yesterday. Potential swing trade for me still over $25. I did take the trade at 23, what did I get it? 23.30. And I just couldn't help myself. And when I got over $1, I decided to sell it. So 24.36. And I am looking to see if it takes out yesterday's high. Of course, this is an IPO from yesterday, the quote unquote Tesla of China. And if it takes out 25, I may get back in. That was the high of yesterday. And we'll see what happens. It is pulling back a little bit right now. So that's XPEV. There are other things happening. NTNX, kind of interesting. Now we have, has it been changed yet? No, we have earnings on September 1st, but I guess they did announce after hours yesterday. And so obviously a good reaction, but plus it looks like their CEO, I don't know if it was an abrupt resignation. Let me see this again. Partners in shock after the sudden exit. I don't know if he's a CEO or what his role is, but that happened after hours yesterday. So, kind of, sorry, two sets of information then for NTNX. This guy leaving and an earnings report, NTNX. I almost shorted this one, but I was so wrapped up in the other one, the XPEV, that I just couldn't concentrate on it. But this was a great looking short. NSYS, is it still holding its gains? Yes, I couldn't quite see any specific reason for it. Complete sale leaseback, okay. That is the reason, I guess. IBIO, virus play. IBIO had a pop up. It's kind of holding, 265, 244. Not a low float. Kind of holding. I know they had some kind of virus news. TRVN had upgrades. That's the only news I could see. I think it was Cantor. Upgrades for TRVN. Tough trader intraday, but GRWG gapping up. I think Oppenheimer put a $25 price target on them. If you're into the more expensive ones, man, what a move this one has had. Alta. I remember seeing this one way cheaper a few years ago, but Alta, look at the move this has had. Up $29, 13%. It is an earnings play. If I go back on the monthly chart a few years ago, yeah, I mean, look at this. Well, no, that's a little long ago, but 2016, I mean, or 15. This is where I really started seeing this stock. $130 up to $300. No, it is pulled way back actually. Anyway, big gap up for Alta on an earnings play. Another more expensive one also, Olli, OLLI. This is a gap down on earnings. It was down quite a bit more when I first saw it. It was down to $96, so it has popped up back up over 100. But it is an earnings play, OLLI. PEIX, been an active one. Let's see, 454, 455 or so in the pre-market, 422 now. So it's still up, that's up 11%, 200,000 shares. Don't see any news on it, specific news today. ODT, and this has been hammered. Maybe it's trying to recover a little bit today. Pretty decent volume, up $1.20, 8%. It's been hammered over the last 4 days. And MOXC, again, crazy day yesterday, got all the way up to 343, but it sold all the way down $1. It closed at 230. Gap is continuing down a little bit. I don't see any specific news on it. Okay, one moment, please. I did see the MDGS, kind of discounted it a little bit. MDGS. It is a low float, lots and lots of volume. There was a reason why. What did it say? Oh, that's right. So these are so classic. They bought a couple of stores so they can get onto Amazon Marketplace. I mean, listen, I mean, it may do something, but these are sort of press releases that kind of shudder about. But anyway, it's not shortable, so who knows? MDGS. Yeah, big is an earnings play. I saw that reel. It just hadn't moved at all. Well, well, when I first saw it, it was just basically sitting at, it was just flat. Maybe it had popped up here, and it was basically flat. So starting to move down a little bit now. Big lots, BIG is an earnings play. Not sure how I can help you, Stan. Not seen that before. Have you ever detached the chat? Yeah, I see the air. Actually, I almost, again, this is another one. I just couldn't concentrate on it. I was, doing the XPEV thing. So, but this is one that I wanted to short UAL. It basically fit the bill when I look at the channel break and all, but I just couldn't concentrate on it enough. But UAL definitely was a nice fade. Channel break was around 37.60 or so on one time frame. Yeah, the same time frame, 37.65. So So for those of you who kept wondering about PED, well, it finally did open just at the end. No, in fact, it was after hours it opened, after being halted for a good portion of the day. And hopefully nobody was holding this one. Yeah, we can't provide it. Well, I certainly can't. You might get some opinions from people, but I certainly can't give you any advice. I'm not an investment advisor. Our time is at 9:14, so just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Did I say it was Friday? Let me just see what sort of, again, upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. A few more upgrades and downgrades. Let me get them in. Okay, I see BLDR, BLDR, a couple of upgrades. I'm going to check that one out once I... So those are the upgrades. Let me just check BLDR, a couple of upgrades this morning for it. But these are the guys who bought some company yesterday. Can't remember the name of it. I know somebody will remember. Not too many downgrades actually this morning. Keep an eye on that NTNX. I mean, that interesting news. I mean, I have to check again. Was it the CEO? Or I know it's a high-ranking executive, or was it the CEO that sort of abruptly resigned? All right, there are some of the upgrades. There are some of the downgrades. Well, I posted already the pre-market. If I do something, as long as it's not an AI trade and I've talked about it, I will post it. This is a wonderful fade so far, NTNX. And let me just, again, check that news, what it was his exact role. If that is the CEO. Well, he's a co-founder and CEO, leaving the company. And I'm talking about NTNX. Unveiled his plan to retire Thursday evening during NTNX's fourth fiscal quarter financial earnings. Interesting. Okay, so I'm looking at XPEV, and it's a little pullback so far for it. I'm really interested, again, if it takes out 25, that was basically the high of yesterday. It's not really showing on our chart. I don't know why it's not showing, because it actually was up. Well, you can see right there, 25.08. Well, Delight, I don't know. First of all, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Are you new to trading? The benefit? I mean, I guess, I'm not going to, it'll be up to you to determine, I suppose. We have a lot of ideas all day long. You can ask me questions about our program, of course, Trade Ideas. But it's an active trading group in here, so only you can tell whether or not it's going to be a benefit to you, I guess. Look at that Workday also, another earnings play. Man, oh man, look at this gap up, Workday, WDAY, another expensive one. But welcome to the room. All right, guys, and as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so make sure that you save your layout to the cloud before you do that. If you want to follow, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. You know, this sort of news on the MDGS, it just reminds me if you guys were trading in the late, you know, around the dot-com boom. Anybody, all they had to do was say, hey, we're a Microsoft partner or something like that, put that in their press release, and boom. So these guys, what they've done is they look like they've bought a couple of Amazon retail or Amazon market sellers, so now they can be listed. And that's it. And that's all it takes to cause stocks to pop these days. I just really, well, the only thing is it's not shortable for me at IB. So maybe it won't, I don't know how shortable it is for you at whatever broker you have. So there won't be a lot of short selling pressure maybe on it, but well, Trade Idea software, you're seeing the Trade Idea software. Brokerage Plus is part of Trade Ideas. That's all. It's just another window within Trade Ideas, David. I'm not displaying it yet. I'm just want to keep an eye on these pre-market actives up and down, see if anything is sneaking in. I do see this JE. It's a cheap one. I don't typically take a look at stocks under $1. An amazing amount of volume, 21 million shares. It is actually an earnings play. Believe it or not, it is an earnings play. But again, I don't typically look at anything under $1. I think hard to know what's going to happen here. This is another one, not shortable for me anyway. MDGS in blue color. What blue color are you referring to? Yes, there are actually. We have a great little 20 short lessons on how to use Trade Ideas. Some of the basic features of Trade Ideas, David. And if you don't have the product, you can take a look at the link anyway, and you can see sort of the basic features that we have. If you have Trade Ideas, of course, it'll show you how you can use them, how you can set them up, how to create a top list, alert windows, how to use Brokerage Plus, things like that. You mean here because this is highlighted? It's just color coded. I think for volume, can't remember what. Anything over 50,000 shares, pre-market, it just gets color coded. For me, I've just set up color coding, so anything over 50,000 shares will be in blue. That's all. Still don't understand. Well, when you click on the alert, it just turns light blue. Okay, that's all. It's just when you click on the alert. I really have no thoughts. I mean, listen, everybody is talking about Apple and Tesla. I mean, you can read all sorts of different opinions, whether you should get in now, get in after the split. Obviously, these are stocks that everybody knows about, so I really don't know. I don't know what is going to happen. You would think that if the market continues like this, the overall market, you would think that it could be a good thing, but again, you just don't know. When you say it's not responding, what do you mean by that, Chris? Well, again, I don't know what you mean. If you have a green ball, again, I don't quite know what you mean. Do you have the toolbar? Is the ball green? Is it red? Is it orange? What's happening? I might have to send you to tech support, and not me. Yeah, Givo, I just noticed did pop, and another one that just popped in here is double IVI. Yeah, Givo did pop in also. I noticed that one. Yeah, it's fairly low float, 31 million in the float. I still don't know what you mean by it's not responding. So you're obviously live. You have a live account. So do you have something loaded? And maybe just reload again. I honestly don't know what you mean when you say it's not responding. If the ball is green, that means you are connected. Maybe just reload trade ideas then. Just do a complete reload. Just exit and reload. And if that doesn't help, you're going to have to go to our homepage and start a live support chat. It's one of the techs. All right, one moment, please. Well, this ODT, guys, is having a really good recovery here. I mean, again, I mentioned this one just a little while ago. Hammered for the last 4 days. Just absolutely got crushed. Really no bounce until today. There's a red bar ignored right there. Really, there was an offering at 14.25, so that's a good response. You're right, they did do an offering at 14.25. Man, that's got to kill them though when the stock was $34 5 days ago. Oh man, to do an offering at 14.25, yikes. Yeah, you're right. There's on the 27th, so after hours. Interesting. So it's really rebounding well off that 14.25. All right, everybody, the market's going to open in less than a minute. The end of our trading week. Let's have a good end to it. I typically don't trade in the first 15. True, but it was already being crushed way before that. I mean, look at this. I mean, again, 5 days ago, $33 stock got crushed right here. And we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and we are now open. Let me get rid of these two. It's out of my price range reel, but wow, that's another earnings play. Look at the volume that came into XPAV, guys. Again, I'm interested in this one. If it gets back over 25 later on, I may, I'm just not, doesn't have the mentality to swing. But listen, this is could be very interesting if it takes out yesterday's high, IPO yesterday, of course. Already traded it in the pre-market. Not shortable yet. Yeah, this one, yeah, I didn't actually realize it was that low of a float. 1.2 million in the float. And I don't think I really saw... Oh yeah, okay. Complete sale and leaseback of facility. So that is the reason for this one, NSYS. Yeah, I think it's a lot has to do with the CEO and founder leaving, and it was not a it was an abrupt decision according to what I read last night during the conference call, and he basically said, "I'm out." Wonderful short. And we're talking NTNX. Well, guys, maybe, I don't know. I mean, maybe the cruisers, there's NCLH. It did trade, it did sell off, as somewhat predicted with the airlines and the cruisers yesterday. They all had that big pop yesterday, and they moved fairly well, and then they sold off. I just don't trust these. Wow, look at VXRT, guys, on the way down below that whole number of 6. VXRT, really no action in the pre-market. Lots of volume right now, VXRT. Well, my sell of XPAV looks pretty good now. I was starting to kick myself when it was approaching 25, but it looks pretty good now. Yeah, Marvel is an earnings play, MRVL. It is an earnings play. Not that much activity in the pre-market, but I think I have a 5% threshold and it was underneath 5, so that's why I really wasn't paying that much attention to it. But there it is now, moving. It's a big, big float. You can see exactly where it got to. 37.88, and that is 37.82. So it got stalled right at that high on that daily chart. Way outside the channel. Now, interesting, NIO is, no, it isn't. I'm sorry. Well, it's trying to rebound. I mean, I just think NIO has got this pressure from XPEV. So it's trying to rebound a little bit. All right, well, down it goes. There's NLCH. I'm sorry, NCLH. Okay, there's graph now over 20. Boy, this is what was the high back here? This is the one I pseudo swung, as I call it, a few weeks ago now. But now it's over 20. One of the SPACs. No. Okay, are you now GK, not GKK anymore? Okay. I was looking for you. Yeah, right. Okay, we just had a halt here for CLEU. CLEU. I did see this pre-market, but there was very, very little volume. There's still not a lot of volume, but it just got halted. CLEU, China stock. Again, I don't think this was well, maybe it was an IPO. I don't know anymore. I don't know if there's a symbol name change right here or a true IPO for CLEU. Boy, there were some great shorts of these cheap ones. IBIO, TRVN. Big percentage moves down. How is Shill doing? And the other one, FMCI. Yeah, so Graph is leading the way today of the SPAC so far. All right, here's a hot one yesterday. Well, for a while anyway. I mean, look at that. It got up to 519. It closed at 423, almost $1 lower. Continuing down right now. This is actually shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. And this is the VBIV. I typically don't trade in the first 15 anyway, but just keeping an eye on some of these. I understand. No, I've already alerted them. I know we have September. I know we have September 1. Them as in TI. See, they're for PLT real. I'm looking at it, and it's right at the bottom of the zone. You know, I'm always looking now to see if we can play a bounce on any of these. though I'd rather play the bounces on stocks that are up. That's why I still have, I didn't really find any yesterday that were that good, pullbacks on winners. I just don't trust these bounces at all. IBIO guys, that was a tremendous, tremendous short up here. 264, 225 now. I don't know. Wow. I mean, that's a great move off of 1425 financing for ODT. It's like all is forgiven. Now here's the other SPAC, guys, or another SPAC. I shouldn't say the other one. Another SPAC, which had a great day yesterday. DPHC. Might have a little race between Graph and this one. Look at that pullback, 21.23 all the way down to $20.23 pullback. Worth watching. All right, guys. So, well, here we go. MDGS. The Amazon news, workplace news, is helping, obviously, through the 200-day, $100.78. Just not shortable for me. Let them eat cake at the Cheesecake Factory. There's cake, guys, through the 200-day moving average, 29.15, 29.15. Another bio taking a hit here, VKTX, right at the whole number, 7. Well, I've just seen too many of these bios in the pre-market torps. They just, it's like we used to always call it the bio fizzle. I mean, they just giving it up. They're just ripe for shorting. But you're right. I never used to even consider shorting a stock under 10, to be honest. Okay, real. Hammer away at me. Okay, now, again, if I had shorts available on this one, MDGS. Wow, look at NTNX and what a comeback! What a comeback! 23, $2 pop from the lows for NTNX. That's why trading in the first 15 can be it's obviously very wild. And as Real said, there's a 200-day moving average, 25.20. So will it reject it again? I haven't seen that, Eric. Every time I put a stop price in manually, anyway, it has worked. So I can't answer that. I don't know why it didn't work on whatever you're talking about, but every time I've put in a stop price, you've seen me do it maybe a few times. Add the stop order. I've allowed it to take me out, and it seems to work. All right, ORTX. This could be, yeah, it's just over that whole number. Is it shortable? It is shortable. Yeah, it's hard for me to do it right now, but I mean, look, if I took a trade, I'll just take this trade um, just to show you. I'm going to buy 100 at the market, even though it was bad. And then add the stop order. I'm going to put the stop in at 1730. Hopefully I get stopped out really quickly. 1730, just added the stop order. Okay, now we'll see what happens. There it is right on the chart. Okay, right on the chart. Wouldn't you know it, it's going to move higher. Yeah, it's classic. I wanted to short this, or I wanted to show you how the stop would be taken out. Well, let's put a target then. Let's put a target of 17. What is it now? Let's put a target of 1780. Okay, so you know how. So you know it does work. Okay. All right, so starting to get some in here. So Cinemark. So if you think that the theaters are going to start opening again, a little more en masse, then yeah, look at GFL. Now there's got room underneath to about 16. There's a low. Low's looking left on the weekly to about 1680, 1690. Yeah, well, Codex is, well, the only good thing about it, it held the 200-day moving average, it looks like. Kind of. I mean, it did pop down below it for Codex. This has got hammered a bit yesterday in the last 2 days. Wow. Okay, guys. I mean, if you took this one, I hope you got out of the graph or took some profit. That's a big drop now, 2118, all the way down to 1974. Okay, so you can see how that worked. It took me out. I put a target of 1780 just to test and make sure this was working. So it took me out at 1780. This is in the simulator. This is all paper trading here, guys. If you're new to trading and you have our program, absolutely recommend before you start committing money to the market, your real money to the market, practice, practice, practice. You can use our simulators using our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. Well, he sort of explained it, Kim. There's really not much more to it, as he said. I mean, you have to have the channel. You have to have it somehow on the charts. and you just kind of watch. There's no 100% guarantee that something that pops through on the top and then moves back down. I mean, that's the idea, that you would short it in theory, not 100% guarantee, but that's all you're looking for. Nice call on the PLT. Obviously, I can't take these that early, just just in case it did what a graph did. But great call on the PLT. Looks like it's could be coming into a lot of support around 12. All right, guys. CNK. I am really looking at this as a potential short. I know it's long here, but it's kind of just testing that channel. 15 could be tough for it to get through. HPQ on the move here. Also, HPQ breaking top of that channel. So there's another fade candidate. And it is an earnings play. Yes, HPQ is an earnings play. Well, but they do have a lot of linear regression. They do have an SDC. It's a little bit different from what Real is using, but just check in volatility or regression studies. There are a lot of linear regression studies that can give very, very similar looks in IB. Very, very similar. Okay, Torps, there you go with your ODT. All right, guys, so I did take that CNK short. It might be just a scalp. I don't know. I'm in at 1481. So if it gets back up to 1481, I'm out. That's CNK. You know what having a nice little pop here is this one, of course, got hammered yesterday. OSUR. OSUR is having a nice pop. All right, guys, I took the CNK out. Little gain. Again, this is in my watch list up. So, you know, I had a nice day yesterday. I might look at it again if it gets back down to 1470. You know, this HPQ, it's an earnings play. Boy, it just looks like 20 could really stall it. It's above the channel. Look at OSUR, guys. OSUR. I remember I waited on this one yesterday towards the end. It did have the nice pop all the way up to 12, and then it pulled back after hours. Pulled back a little bit this morning. Now we're back in a positive position. This, along with a few of the other smaller bios, got just hammered with the Abbott news, ABT news, competing, I suppose. Got jumpy on the CNK. Still not settled in with this. Anyway, that obviously I should have held it. I might have missed my entry on the HPQ short. Oh, this would have been a beautiful short. NSYS, look at this. Low float. That's what can happen. They're great to the upside, and just as if you're short these, great to the downside. What's the market doing? I haven't even looked really. Okay, so SPY's up, Dow's up, NAS is up. Cruisers are still pretty strong. I'm surprised. Had a little pullback at the beginning, CCL, but this is pretty strong right now. I mean, maybe takes out maybe this 18 level next week. Keep an eye on the OSUR. Very strong right now. WDC, yes, real. I still wish I were in this one, man, oh man. So far, no fade for cake. It is right, as I'm looking at it, right at the top of the channels on the 5 and the 15. Well, that's what I see. Yeah, so you can't use Brokerage Plus with anything other than Interactive Brokers right now, okay? But we do have an external linking tool that links with many, many brokerage platforms, including, I'm 100% sure, Schwab. I think you just have to run Trade Ideas and Schwab, run as administrator in both, and then you'll be able to link. Linking meaning that if you click on a symbol, it'll load into your platform, okay? Then you trade from within your platform. To use Brokerage Plus to actually trade your account, you do need an Interactive Brokers account. Not really. I mean, let me just see. I think this works. I think this is the... Let me just see if I can find the script for you here. Because I think this is Thinkorswim. I think it's the same. This is typically what Bill Barstow, he's our linking expert. Whoops. Okay, so we follow that. I know it says Thinkorswim, but I think it's the same for Schwab. I know Schwab and TDA. I know that one got, or they bought TDA. So I mean, I think it's the same. If that doesn't work, then I'm going to have to send you the home page and you can start a little chat with Bill. Okay, guys. Well, I am interested in the AI alert, the one that starts with the letter O. Again, I don't talk about them. Not fair to those. Well, I'm only going to mention it cryptically. Not fair to those of you who pay for our premium service. Yeah, our REKR, there, oh yeah, it's popped in here over 7. I mean, this has just had an amazing run. The high yesterday looks like it was 7. Yeah, so it got up to 7 or 7 again, takes out 7. Anything can happen. For any auto trading, you need our premium service. There it goes, guys. The letter O. There it goes. Again, I'm not, I'll talk about it now because it's way after the fact, I told you I was interested in this one, and this is what I'm talking about. There's the alert, 601. It's at 639 now, up almost 6%, and that's ORTX. And I've already taken some out. It is way, it's you know, it's near that channel, the top of the channel. So I've already taken some out. My promo code is you can also click on my homepage. It's there also, and a lot of other good links there. That's a beauty. You know, I was sort of reluctant to take it because it looked like it was right at the channel, but it's so again, guys, you have to understand this is a premium service. This is why I do not talk about, you know, I'm not going to post it. I'll talk about it. Those of you with the premium service, you going to know my trading style. I like the ones under 20. And if I'm really interested, that's all I'm going to say is I'm interested in the one that starts with the letter O. It's the only one that starts with the letter O. And, you know, it's up to you to do what you want to do. Okay, Cliff, you can hear me, and can you see my screen? I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. So before I explain where you should have seen it, I have to make sure you can hear me. Okay, so from the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? Trades window, not the other one, but the trades window. I know I'm being emphatic here because they're putting a lot of emphasis on that because for whatever reason I say that, but people still load this one and they don't understand that they can't see all the trades. So when you do that, you'll have this window pop up, okay? And then you'll see all the trades all day long. What I would do is I would incorporate this window then as part of your layout, so you don't have to do that every morning. And then, you know, Monday morning, it'll be there. It'll be blank, of course, until the alerts are coming in. Okay, HPQ may be topping out here. It's a big, big float. Every strategy has a different, I wouldn't even look at the targets, TT, to be honest with you, okay? There I go again. I wouldn't look at the targets. I mean, some of the targets are like $1, $2. I mean, it's not scientific. I look at targets as like this. Let's just say and they all have, most of the strategies have a time stop on them. In other words, a hold period. If the trade is still working, why would you get out? You know, just because the AI got out, or if a target got hit, a so-called what I'm going to call a really artificial target got hit, why would you get out? The strategy has been optimized for a certain, hold and a target. Yes, that's the overall strategy. I would treat the individual alerts though as if you were trading them, without nothing to do with the AI. Would you ever get out of a trade that is still working just because the AI gets out? Wow, look at IQ. Now this one, this is romping here. IQ is just romping here, way above the channels. Oh, I wish I still were in the CNK. This could be an all-day fader. Not, I shouldn't say that. Not maybe not an all-day fader, but so NIO up and XPAV down. This was the trade of the week last week. Didn't really do much, but it is now working pretty well now. VSLR, I can't remember what the trigger was. Was it 27 or so? I'm a little surprised at the price action actually for XPAV. I thought in the pre-market it looked like it was just going to test that 25 level. So my thoughts are going to have to just wait on it, see how far down it goes, see if yesterday's low can hold it. 26.25, thank you. Well, again, we talked about this yesterday, Chris. You may have had another. I don't know if you have any other sound alerts on your Windows. If you have a competing one right at the exact same time, then you're not going to hear it. That's why I suggested, if you really are concerned, minimize it. And then it'll pop up. Wow, this got halted at what price? That got halted at 894. Look at this one, CLEU. Got halted earlier at, actually at 782. Resumed at 821. Got halted at 894. Wow. Don't know what to say, Chris. I mean, obviously, if some of them are working, you may just have missed it. I mean, I don't know what to say. Well, on the 15s, it's above. On the 5s, it's below. So I usually like to see both of them. And you're talking Roku. Clue, CLEU was halted several times now. And when it first got halted, there was very little volume. As you can see, the volume is picking up. Well, this has been a wild one. SPWR. Boy, I'm watching HPQ, guys. I just have my doubts at 20, but Well, the closer this gets to 20, I might have to just take the short and just put the stop at 20. That's all. All right, let's see. Boy, what a comeback NTNX had. That's what I mean. This is now above the high after hours when it released earnings. NTNX, way above the 200-day now. So I'm all out of that the ORTX now. I mean, look at these topping tails. And again, as I say all the time, the AI is not out of it. The no algorithm kicked in. Doesn't mean, it's not going to keep going. But when I see topping tails like this, I have to take some profit. I just have to. You get into 601, stock gets up. Not that I was not in at 601, but the stock goes to 650. So I'm not saying you could get in right at the penny and sell right at the top. But, that's a tremendous percentage gain. And, it would kill me just because the AI is not out of that trade at all to have this thing just fall right back to where you bought it. So, my feelings on it, those of you who want to completely automate it, I just don't agree. Okay, CLEU just opened. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers anyway. All right, HPQ, well, getting a little bit closer. You're right, Herbalife did get halted. Wow, on the downside. Yikes. Big halt on the way down. That's from years and years and years and years and years ago. I don't know if he's still short HLF. Who was the guy who was long? They were always competing. What was the other stock that always traded with HLF? Another one of these, we'll call them pyramid schemes. Icon, that's right. Thank you. There was another stock that always traded with HLF. That's the one. Thank you. Yes, NUS. What is it doing? Yeah, there you go. So Nu Skin and HLF. I mean, look at this. They're both probably under investigations. I mean, these guys have been All right, HPQ. Are you really going to take out 20? Trying to say, I do want to short this, but I mean, that's so many years ago. Yeah, that's so many years ago. I mean, it's got to be 6, 7, 8 years ago that they were having that war. Well, it might take 20 out. I might be not getting into the short. I'm really just watching to see what it does at 20. It touched 20, HPQ. If it gets to 1991 or something, I might have to short it and just put a 29-cent stop max on it. See what happens. Maybe the trade of the week is a 2-week hold, yes. As you said yesterday, you never got stopped out. I mean, I don't think the stop was ever hit. This is just that 1 week, of course, is just for our purposes, for statistics. Doesn't mean anybody has to get out. Torps, are you still in ODT? Look at this. Wow, what this is pretty amazing actually, on a 1425 financing. So, guys, before everybody keeps asking, I mean, this is what happened with PED yesterday. When is it going to open? Nobody knows, okay? HLF. Okay, it's been halted, and this is not a volatility. Well, it does say volatility, but my guess is this is going to be more of a news halt. You know, if they're under SEC investigation. All right, let me put an alert for HPQ just over 20. See if it takes it out. If it doesn't, because I'm just getting tired of looking at it. All right, well, now it dropped a bit, just a bit. Congratulations, Ocean Zulu. I love the name. This is, where does it trade? Yeah, Swedish stock. So VNA, this is, you can always tell, look at the daily chart. You see big gaps every day on a daily chart. Or gaps, not necessarily big gaps, but just little gaps. You know, this usually means it's a trades in a foreign exchange also. You too, Aaron. Have a great weekend. All right. Well, this is still HPQ. I thought maybe it would start to drop. I almost took the short at 1093, but there it goes. Okay, so sorry, somebody asked about VVPR earlier. Well, I mean, obviously it had a nice pop, but it's a big pullback now. Low float. Boy, strong, strong with, you know, didn't expect to move like this actually over the 20 with that 1.5 billion in the float. So as Real is saying, so he's looking at a Feb 20, what, 2048? It's almost 1030. Well, like you did have a pullback, but boy, these are strong stocks now. I mean, market is up. How's Graph doing now? Is it back over 20? No. Well, let's see what this one does around that 6 level. Again, a couple of over the channel. Lots of room. This is why it's on my watch list. It's not triggering today. Thought it was on my watch list. I could have sworn I put it on. Had the great day yesterday and it still had a lot of room on the monthly. I must have, well, I know that I wanted to put it on. All right, so let's take a look at my watch list. So 1750 ODT, there was the original alert. Got up to 1837, not bad. Cake, 2981, original alert. Gets up to 3160. There's almost a couple of dollars there. CNK, that was the fade, but it is coming back, so I'd be watching at that trigger price again. And REKR definitely did not take out 7, so that one wouldn't have, that one did not work. But you know, the CNK, I'm going to stick an alert up here again, see if it takes it out later on. But certainly the cake and the ODT, a couple of nice ones from the watch list. And it is 10:30, guys, so 10:31 right now. So if you are new to this trading room, this is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm live on the mic and I share my screen. If you have trade ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Click on the scans tab, and if you're in the YouTube feed, when you logged in, you'll see a whole list of links, and those are all the scans that I'm sharing. You can also access all my scans from the Rune Drive icon. Scans that I share, download. It'll go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at them at your leisure, and you can also, all you have to do is copy the link, and then file, load from cloud. If you've copied it correctly, then it'll appear here in the box, and then you can load it. I'm going to go over some of my links now. So I would encourage you to click on my homepage link. My homepage link now has a lot of educational plus a subscription link. Hey, no problem, Mark. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to, guess what, my homepage. Here is the promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So you click on Get Trade Ideas. And we do have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly. So the premium annual would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The reason why you would want to get premium, if you want to get premium, is to have access to our AI. AI gave you that great early trade in the ORTX this morning. There are other differences. They're all checked out here. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. We do have monthly plans. You can try us out in the standard plan for 1 month, 118 less the 15%, or the premium, 228 less the 15%. If you do decide you'd like to upgrade, we'll honor the promo code. Other links on my homepage. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily recap, usually about 1:05, kind of what's happened in the room up to that point. You can sign up for all the webinars and a lot more training right here. There's a great link. The 20 lessons in 20 days. I'm going to actually put that link in the room. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I encourage you to watch. Actually not, well, it's all text. Just goes over some of the very basic features of Trade Ideas. You know, we have top lists and alert windows. What are the differences? How to create them? Things like that. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also look at it so you can see, you know, what you can do with Trade Ideas. Also on my homepage, if you click on, we have a lot of educational links too. You also see that 20 lessons. If you go all the way down here, here are the daily webinars. You can sign up for them all right here, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, and then a lot of educational videos. So I say my homepage link has a lot of good stuff on it. And now I will talk a little bit about the AI. Ah, darn, I missed the HPQ. So I see it's now underneath 20 again. Ah! Okay, I want to explain a little bit what the AI does and how, if you have our premium service, how I suggest that you watch all of the alerts. I'm going to show you the window I think you should have loaded every morning. You can incorporate it as part of your layout. But this is what the AI does. This is not one of the strategies, the AI strategies. There are around 50 of them. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work and runs through what we call an optimization procedure. And basically takes a look at all the filters that are involved. The AI strategies have way more filters. Takes a look at the filter values, maybe make changes, adds a filter in, takes one out, runs through our what we call our back tester. You know, obviously to do 50, you need a computer to do all that. So that's what the AI was busy doing last night. And these are the strategies out of the 50 that made the cut. Making the cut, meaning they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. So if you have our AI, or a premium service, this is how I suggest you watch the alerts all day long. If you click on New from the toolbar, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, okay? The trades window. If you do that, this is what pop up. And you know, when you get an alert, it's a real-time alert, so you'll see the entry price. You don't have to get in right at the time. I didn't get in at 601 ORTX. I watched it for a bit. Got in at 610 as an example. So, you know, I wouldn't agonize about not getting in right at the penny. You were presented with a stop. And my suggestion is that you manage the trades. It's a great watch list for the day. ORTX, as an example, could set up later on. You know, it's at a big pullback. You know, if this holds, you know, who knows? It might set up later on, give you another opportunity to get into the trade. Okay, I want to talk about Brokerage Plus now. So this is what Brokerage Plus looks like. This is it, all. It's within Trade Ideas. It's not an add-on or anything. To access it, you have to have our app. It is not available on the web-based version. So you just click on New and Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. So there are two ways to use Brokerage Plus. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this Brokerage Plus window and you can trade from within Trade Ideas to trade, okay? You just basically, you connect to Interactive Brokers. I'm going to give you a video that shows you exactly how it all works. Go on the move. Okay, so there is, oops, wrong one. Sorry, guys. Boy, Gogo's on the move. Okay, so there's the Brokerage Plus intro. Everything you need to know about if you want to use our Brokerage Plus module to trade your live account if you have an Interactive Brokers account, okay? So I don't go into a lot of explanations anymore. It's basically everything is covered in that video. It's about 27 minutes long, but it's well worth it. We also have paper trading mode, simulation trading mode, okay? And that's what I demonstrate. If you're new to trading, absolutely practice trading before you commit money to the market. And all you have to do is, again, when you have the module loaded, you just connect, just check simulated trading. And here's how it works. You click on a symbol, the symbol will load. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you want to short it, you sell. And if you want to go long, you buy. Let's take a short of HPQ. Let's just do it. Where is it? So let's short a couple hundred shares. I'll win it at the market because the spread is only a penny, so that's not an issue. And I'll put a very tight stop on it, okay? Add a stop order. I'll literally put a 20 stop just to show you. Now this is a short, of course, so it's going to appear right on the screen. I'll make it stopped out immediately, but I just want to show you how this works. And I might get stopped out immediately here. Yeah, I think it just took me out. Well, that's how it works. Didn't even have a chance to put in a price target. But you can see how it works. I just put a stop in. I was going to show you right on the chart. Put a stop in at 20. It hit 20, so it took me out for a $17 loss in the simulator. So let's take a long here. Okay, one more kick at this to see if it gets down below 20 again. I have not taken this short yet, the HPQ, but all right, let's take this long, okay? RRGB, a little pullback, big volume coming in. Spread is a penny, couple of pennies, so let's take a couple hundred shares. I'm going to buy it. Just show you how that works. See how it took the trade. Now I can put a stop in. I'm going to put a stop, say the low of that candle, 1047. Always have a stop, always, always. Not every trade is going to work. So I've put the stop in. So if the trade goes down, if the stock goes down to 1047, it's going to take me out for a $55 loss. This is if I allow it to run automatically, of course. Can always, if I don't like the way it's trading right now, I can just always move my stop up and get taken out. Or you can use this like a trailing stop. If the trade is really working well, just start moving the line right up on the chart to other areas of what could be considered support. I can also now put a target if I want. Add a target order. Let's just put 11. I just want to show you how it there. See how it instantly appears on the chart. That was pretty quick. So $51. So if I allow this just to run, it goes down to 1047. It'll take me out for a $55 loss. If it hits 11, out for a $51 gain. Okay. You can move these lines at any point. Now you don't have to use the lines on the chart. Of course, I can go right in here if I want to take 50 shares or 100 shares at whatever price. And of course, I can just do it manually right here. So that is how the simulator works. So again, I encourage you, if you have our system and you're new to trading, this is all part, everything I've done is all part of the standard service. Yeah, many things can be said about Icon. Poor is not one of them. Okay, let's take a look. It is absolutely showing a red bar ignored on the daily. Absolutely. In fact, it's pretty good. You know, you look at this and there's a nice uptrend. There's the red bar yesterday, totally engulfed by the previous, green candle. And then today it moved above 510, which is the high of the red candle yesterday. So that is, yeah, that's a great red bar ignored on the daily chart. Well, I mean, it's up to you. The problem's okay. The problem with waiting for confirmation for this candle to close is that this would close at 7. You know, so your trigger would have been 509. So I mean that's the I mean you if this is a very narrow body, then it's not a big deal. But what if this is super wide? Waiting for this to close, on a daily chart is it could run away from you. Well, it's up to you. I mean, it's completely, totally up to you. You notice that in our, which I don't use, but the premium RBI and GBI, it has a confirmed, which is literally the candle closing. Now, these are lower time frames, so it's not maybe as big a deal. This, though, triggers exactly when that candle goes above the high of the red candle. And that's to me, I would want to do it that way because then I can make a determination, whether I don't want to take the trade. Again, if you wait for the confirmation, I mean, it could really run away from you. Can't help you there, JB. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. It seems to be a common complaint. I don't know what to say on your guys not getting in the trade of the week. It seems ridiculous. Yeah, Mark. Again, I'm going to have to go again to support. Ask. Yeah, I mean, we ask people to check their spam folders and all that, but people seem to say, I'm checking and it's not there. I don't know why. I get it. I just don't know why. I just don't know why. All right, guys, it's a VKTX. So there's the 200-day moving average, 680. Let's see if this holds it. VKTX. Yeah, I mean, I've asked the question. They said ask to check their promotion or spam filters. I don't know what else to say. It seems crazy. All right, this I don't know why I'm fixated on the HPQ, but I am somewhat. I just want to see if it can get down into the low 90s, and maybe then I will. So how did this work when these? Oh wow, what a move! So somebody said they made money. Was that on the pop or she shorted on the drop? And that's for the NUS. Boy, IQ is super strong. Not one red candle yet on the 15. A little one, a couple right here in the fives, but very very strong. So at this point, I'm looking at the way this is trading. Again, I took this as just to demonstrate how you can take trades. I would be out of this trade, so I'm just going to show you. You just flatten it. You don't have to wait, to get stopped out. So I just flatten the trade. The other thing I would draw your attention to, I like these two columns here, the max P&L and L and the distance from the exit price. Okay? Why do I like those? This tells me if I could have maximized the trade, how much I would have made. So you can see right there, with the Lynn short, could have been up $115. I'm now down 37. Now you shouldn't let that happen. Also, the distance to the exit. Well, I shouldn't say shouldn't let it happen. I mean, you have to be, pay attention. Treat the simulator like it's your real money. So I mean, if you're up 115, yeah, you really shouldn't let something go, turn into a $44 loss. Well, guys, now the other one I like is the distance from the exit price. This is telling me, okay, when I got out, what did it do since then? So again, a good gauge of how, good are your exit sales. So ODT, again, I was just, demonstrating this. So it's 33 cents, it's 33 cents on top of where I got out, above where I got out. Now this is a short. So this is actually, you know, I got out too soon here too. Again, too soon. I mean, it's all relative. I mean, sometimes you have to take profit and you can't help it if it keeps running. But it's just a good gauge to see, okay, how good are my exit skills? I'm taking profit and getting out at a decent time. Well, the stocks are not they're not chosen ahead of time. They're just alert windows basically that I'm going to optimize. So, you know, if the filters are met, the stock gets, you know, you get an alert. It's that simple. So it's sort of like saying, you know, I didn't know today that X1 was going to appear in the basic new highs and lows. Here are the filters that are in place. You know, so all these filters, you know, obviously I have a price range, I have a current volume, a minimum volume, etc. So all these filters have to be met, and then if a stock makes a new high or a new low, I'll get the alert. So the AI has no idea what stocks are, you know, within their strategies, each one of the strategies that made the cut, what stocks are going to appear. You know, yesterday we had about four fantastic percentage gains. No, not every day you're going to get fantastic percentage gains. But I would say this, I mean, the ORTX, that's what I was saying. So it got out at 614. To me, that is not a good exit. You know, that's an algorithm exit. I mean, you cannot let something that goes from 601 to 650 and let it slide almost to where you bought it. That's why I'm saying you should be managing the trades, the exits. So, I mean, this doesn't look like a great profit, but I mean, remember at one point, this was, I don't know, 20 up 20% or something, 15 to 20%. All right, so there's a CNK. It is back up to that original alert price, CNK, back up to the original alert in my watch list. You know, I mean, look, I think 15 could be a big stall for it. There's a high right there, the weekly, the same high. I'm going to stick an alert around 1502, see if it takes out 15 later on from a pattern. All right, I mentioned this VKATX to see how well it was holding over the 200-day. Seems to be trying to hold over the 200-day moving average, which is 680. It's just above it. Let's see if it can take out 7 again. Maybe put a little bounce in. Now here's another one. Where are you with the channel? It's actually not above the channel on KPTI. This is just ripping here. Ripping here. KPTI. Now you would think, look at this daily chart, you would think there's going to be some resistance right around that 1550 level. Looking at this daily chart, certainly 1570, but right around here, all these little topping tails, looks like there's pretty decent resistance. All right, this has been resting for a while. TRVN has been resting for a while. Big pop pre-market. Didn't quite get through 2, still up 17%. What was it? What was the news? All I saw was upgrades. I think it's Cantor. I just saw upgrades for it, I believe, this morning. Cantor joins bullish. Oh, wait, yeah, okay. Is that specific to it? Yeah. So the company's got a new painkiller. Okay, so that is the reason for TRVN. Yeah, but it's not a low float. I mean, they don't all have to be low float, but this is not a low float. For a $2 stock, 100 million in the float, that's a lot. I hope you're right, Real. Probably guessed that all the price alerts that I've been putting in for HPQ. Nothing fabulous yet, but we'll see if it has any more movement down here. Lindblad Expeditions Holdings, LIND. So there's a 200-day right above it, 1037. This could, let's take a look at the channel. This could, is it shortable for me? It is shortable for me. I know this was I think what I did here was I was taking a demo or a simulated trade yesterday and I just held it. I didn't close it down. I'm going to flatten out of it. I didn't close it down overnight. You can also use the simulator for swing trades. If you don't close the trade by the end of the day, then it'll carry over the next day. You start off with $100,000 in the simulated account, but as I always say, I mean, if your account size is only $5,000, try to take the trades accordingly. In other words, you're not going to take if you have $100,000, you're not going to take 5,000 shares of a $2 stock if you really only have $5,000 in your account, even though we give you 100,000 in the simulator. I don't even know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're using it. I haven't really been following it that much because I'm not auto trading at all on these stops. I'll just ask Michael a quick question on that to see what stops he is using. You know, when I used to be demonstrating auto trading my watch list and all that, but I don't do that anymore. I mean, I just don't agree with auto trading. It's really that simple. So I'm not going to bother demonstrating it if I don't agree with it. Well, you can do it. You can do it. I mean, if you want to do it, I mean, you can do it. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying if you want to use that as a stop, I'm just talking about auto trading and stuff. Anyway, I just wrote Michael to see what stops he's using right now in the AI. Yeah, SI. I just noticed SI also real. What is the market doing? So the market is really a little chopping around on the fives. Wow, really chopping around on the 5 minutes. Just really doing nothing. Maybe a slight downturn on the 15s, but really not doing much. Wow, CNK getting close to 15, guys. Well, I mean, it's above. Let me just see. I tried something last night with the. Let me just see something here. Meanwhile, our RGB is right back up again. Just give me a second here. Yeah, I thought I had something from the charting program that would show me the extension. I must have forgotten to. I must have forgotten to add it because I'm trying to get these extensions that Real has. You know, so I'm looking at SYI or SY. It's above the channel, but you know, as you know, just because it's above the channel, you just don't take the short. Yeah, guys, you're going to drive real nuts. You'll drive them out of the room, okay? So please, if it's off topic, put it in off topic. Okay, I'm just going to start deleting posts, okay? I mean, it's that simple. You know, don't get offended, okay? But you know, we have a lot of traders in the room, and they want to go into the stocks only area just to see a specific stock being mentioned, okay? Everything else is off topic. So I'm just going to start deleting posts that I see. Do not take offense. All right, guys, our Red Robin. I don't think we have Red Robins in Canada. Maybe not in Western Canada. Don't think I've ever seen one. Really? I didn't know that. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just going to delete posts. How is your ODT doing? Yeah, not bad still. A little bit of a pullback. I would have been out. That's for sure. 1871 dropping $1, but good for you if you held it somehow. You must have a wider stop. Don't have an answer yet for Michael on what stops he's using. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm just kind of biding my time now. Oh, here's one. SSRM. Silver SSRM mining. I think this is a silver miner. Okay. What is actually gold and silver are doing well. Interesting. The market's up, but gold and silver are doing quite well. Precious metals are doing well right now. Man, it took a long time, it seemed, but finally, some reward for the HPQ. it's an interesting area for RRGB. I mean, if it takes out 11 next week or even today, I mean, it's got a lot of room to run RRGB. You know, I'm just going to say one thing. Real doesn't have time for an ongoing conversation about all this stuff. Okay, he's trading, trading, trading. Okay, so please let's stop this. CNK guys, this is actually a red bar ignored. CNK, a red bar ignored for CNK. Let's see if it takes out 15. I mean, oh man, finally, nice. So if you don't know what we're talking about, if this really works, you should print this chart out, okay? You know, especially if it really works. So what we're talking about here, we have an uptrend. You see all these green candles. Then we have a red bar. I think 1496. Well, okay, technically it is not. The red bar in theory is supposed to be totally engulfed by the previous green candle. So they're at the, they're both 1496 on the high. And then the next candle is, thank you. I love putting price alerts and when they pop up. So the only thing that surprised me about HBQ was that it's popped through 20. Anyway, so if the next candle is green, moving above the high of that red candle, then this becomes what we call a red bar ignored. So the theory being you have a trend, you have a momentary pause in the trend, and the trend continues. So this is signifying a potential long play. Doesn't matter what time frame. And of course, a green bar ignored would be just a reverse. This is almost like a green bar ignored. You have a downtrend. Well, no, that's a bottoming tail. But you can imagine if you had a downtrend and then a green bar, which was engulfed by the previous red bar, and then the downtrend continued. So red bar and green bar ignored. Great patterns. Yeah, the TRVN is approaching that high again, the $2 high. Big float though, it's going to take a bunch to move this. I mean, it's up 24% already, but it is going to take a bunch to move it. And it's getting close to that channel, just to let you know, to top of the channel. I mean, that certainly gives me pause, now when I check this. Before I used to, I would say chase. Well, I never chased, but I mean, even if it was coming from a good pattern, but now I'm sort of recognizing, as Real was pointing out, you're at the top of a channel. Doesn't mean it's going to stop it for sure. But there's some sort of statistics are getting involved. So you try to put the odds or statistics on your side. Red Robin now, boy, getting closer and closer to that 11. How is CNK doing? Is it, yeah, so it stalled. You see 15. It's just some of these whole numbers are more psychological than others. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Those are always tough to get through. So it popped above it briefly. Who was it that gave me the linear regression alert window from yesterday? I can't remember who it was. I'm just seeing a couple of. Yeah, wow. Looking at a couple here. His name is Calvin. Well, Calvin, if you've got it. Yeah, I'm just looking at a couple here. Nice. Very nice. I'm looking here at the ARMK. Do I use RSI? I'm aware of it. Okay, but for instance, it's not in these filters. I'll give it to. I mean, he shared this with us yesterday, but I'm just going to show you some of the alerts. Calvin, our new superstar. So check these alerts out. So there's the ARMK. These are all longs, right? 2705, 2747, CUK 1428. Modest. Our RGB 1069, almost to 11. This is the latest one, UCTT 2494. A little bit above 25. It gets over 25. And is there another one? That's it. 705. Let's see. Well, regression analysis kind of goes something like this. There's a, stocks tend statistically to go back to what they call their mean. So if a stock is way above the mean, and that's why we're shorting some of these stocks that are way above the mean, they tend to move back to the mean. What's happening here is that these stocks are below the mean and they tend to, bounce back up to the mean, I'm assuming anyway. Now, when they hit the mean, doesn't mean they're going to stop. But that's kind of the theory. Oh, one moment, please. Okay, guys. Yeah, it's really interesting what you've done here on the regression. Let me just check the filters you've put in place here. Interesting why you would put the volume as 150% of normal, no more than of yesterday. Interesting. Well, you got some filters in here. Okay, interesting. Okay. I only saw I think I only saw one yesterday, and that was the ARMK again. It's up above, Strive. It's right here. It's right here. Okay. Just a minute, please. Standard deviation channel, Kim. Okay. All right, home. I don't know if Larissa is in the room here, but home, after a nice little run, had a few days of pulling back. Now trying to recover. The high looking left is 1982. So this could have a bit of a run home. See how well it rests here. It's not at the high of the channel or anything like that, so that shouldn't block it. So this UCTT that came on that regression channel, that still has some room. I mean, look at the daily chart, lots of resistance around just underneath 26, so it still has some room if it wants to move. Where's the 200 day? Not an issue. I'm just watching to see how well it holds over 19 for a home. Yeah, I didn't see that vert trade, Cliff. Yeah, writing it down now. Hopefully, yeah, I took some profit there. Nice short, 25.08 gets down to 24 or whatever. Little pop. Okay, just watching home, guys. See how well it holds over 19. There's some topping tails here, so that could be an issue. But if it gets, if it gets up to say 1917 or so, vert. That's from the AI, VIRT from the AI, 2508, right there on that breakdown, just before the breakdown, 2508 was the alert. And a good spread, only a penny on the spread. I thought it might have been a little more wicked, but it is not. Yeah, so shoes, you're in the wrong room. Okay, we really do not talk about. I mean, look, we don't talk about stocks that are 2 cents here. I mean, you're probably just in the wrong room. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with trading stocks that are 2 cents, but you're not going to find too many takers in this room. Okay. Yes, Locutus, I know, but that was back in '08, and there were reasons. Wow, HPQ just drifting, drifting, drifting. This turns into sort of a more relaxing trade because of the float. You know, that's where the big float can really help you in terms of the stress level of taking a trade. Well, I mentioned this one earlier, taking out 10, the LIND. See how well it holds over 10. So again, you see, look where the AI got out of that vert short, VIRT short. I mean, the entry is at 24.92. It gets all the way down to 24.30, and the AI got out here. I think that, you know, I mean, it's an algorithm that's kicking in. But you know, if you are managing this trade, you know, at least taking some out here, at least when on that candle. Yeah, that TRVN did not want to take out two, just struggling to take out two. Zivan, it's all live. You mean the data that you're seeing here? It's all live data. And anytime you get a new alert, it's real time. So any new alert you see is real time. All right, guys, the time is at 11:41, so I'll be taking my break in about 15 minutes or so. Our alerts are starting to dry up a bit. Not hearing anything. Okay, guys, I'm definitely interested in home. It did break down below 19 briefly. It's come back up. I think, you know, if it gets back up to the 1918, 1919 area, might have a little more of a run in it. I just have, actually, let me just check this daily chart. So actually 1923, 1914. So it really has to, that's exactly where it got to. 1922 is where it got to, which is basically the high of a couple of days ago. And that's where it stalled. So let's put an alert around 1927. See if it takes that out. Then if you look left on the daily chart, you know, it's almost up to 20. So that would be enough room. Yeah, Zevon, did you hear me, my answer? Okay, so, well, there's home, guys. It is now, yeah, so it's all, yeah, it's all real-time data. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting any more new alerts, so I'm just going to keep an eye on this home. It's sort of a 3-bar pullback on the 5-minute chart. Yeah, that's a nice gap on that daily. It has room to about 39 or so, I guess, looking left for WDC. Didn't really, I mean, it faded a little bit, but not much at all. I know Real was looking at this as a potential fade. I mean, yes, it did drop, but not that much. Now it looks like it's in, excuse me, in continuation mode. Wow. Well, that was early at PJ for WDC. That was really early. Oops. So guys, you keep hearing us talk about the channels. I just want to show you kind of what it looks like. Now I'm not in the HPQ up here, but you see how, the stock was at the high, the lines there, and on the 5 also. So you can see what happened. Now, does it happen like this all the time? Of course not. Now, I'm not in here. That was at 2109 or so. I got in again, probably it popped over 20 again from there, and then finally it held under 20. But that's kind of what we're looking at. And now, I mean, it's actually getting to the bottom here. I mean, this could bounce when it hits that line. It could. And this is something that we're working on. Hopefully we'll be able to get those channels in our trade ideas charts. But this has just been really I mean, look at the 15-minute chart on HPQ. How nice is this in terms of, stress-free, basically? All right, guys, just going to check to see who's taking over in the YouTube feed. It's probably, I want to say Andy today. I'm not sure, 100% sure, but I think it's going to be Andy today. All right, guys, so remember I was talking about the ORTX, how it could set up again. You know, it had the big, nice big pullback back down to where the AI alerted, and it could set up again. That's why I would, absolutely encourage that you use the AI like a great watch list for the day. You could miss the original, or you maybe even took it, but then you can always maybe get back in and on another setup for the ORTX as an example. Yeah, but I'd be a little reluctant. I mean, on that pullback, I mean, in theory, yes. In theory, yes, but I'd be a little reluctant after that big sell-off. But yeah, in theory, you are right. If it closes above, maybe it recovers. But that's a pretty big sell-off. But in theory, you are correct. I'd be worried about these, if I were looking at this, I'd be worried about this topping tail here and the topping tail here. Well, guys, there's CNK. And I'm going to take my break, so I don't know if I can really. I think I'm going to break away from the computer. So, but CNK is now looking really interesting. It's what did I say the high was here? 1478. So that's not an issue. So yeah. So the next high looking left on the weekly is way up here at 1639. Let's take a look at the daily. See if there's anything near term that could block it. Not really. This is CNK, guys. Yeah, time frame live and always. When you're using a top list, if you want to, yeah, if you want, I'm just answering somebody in the YouTube feed. Yeah, if you want to see alerts in the pre and post market using a top list, yes, you have to have it live always as a selection within the time frame. That's what I thought. So yeah, Andy is going to be in the trader in the YouTube feed. I don't have a link on selling short. No, I mean, there's really, I mean, if you want, just Google it. There's no tutorial. I mean, as I said yesterday, I know people get all concerned about going short things, but I mean, just think the reverse. You buy a stock, you hope it goes up. You short a stock, you hope it goes down. I mean, it's really that simple. The only trick is that when you want to buy a stock, you can almost 100% get filled. If you go in at the ask, you're going to get a fill. Okay? There's almost, well, hardly any situation I can think of. I mean, it might be the odd stock that your broker won't let you buy for some reason. Shorting is a little bit different because it does depend on the inventory that the broker has of that stock. That's the only issue. But, you know, this is something you deal with, and you'll find out immediately if your broker will actually have shorts for you or shares for you to short. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So, you know, shorting HPQ, which is, of course, easy because there's tons of shorts available usually. You know, there's 54 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I'm sure there's plenty of shorts available on all brokers. And so shorting here, when I did at 1997, I'm just hoping it goes down. And then you cover the short position by basically buying it. So you short by selling, and then when you want to get out, you buy it. It's just the reverse. When you go long, you buy it. When you want to get out, you sell it. It's the same. No, it is a support room from 12 to 1. Yes. So if you want to head on over there, while I take my break. You know, Andy is way more of a swing trader than I am. You too, Kim. So here's the YouTube link. Well, the daily chart setup, I mean, you know, everybody's different. I mean, if I want to back up, that's why I have a weekly and a monthly chart. I'm always looking at longer time frames. You know, because a lot of times I always want to see what sort of resistance there is. So I don't know how to answer that question. I mean, you know, I can obviously just expand this. If I look at HPQ as an example and I want to see, well, where is the next, and I only have this on the daily chart, then I'll start to back up a bit and see where the next resistance level was. Or I'll look at the weekly chart. Hopefully, if that makes sense. Everybody's different, though. I mean, I don't care. You know, some people say, well, I got to go back 20 years to check for resistance. I mean, that's not me. I mean, I'll maybe go back 2-3 years, but everybody will be different. John, you're funny. Okay, I think Andy's going to start pretty soon. He says he's going to get in about 3 minutes too. It is 2. So that is 3 minutes too. Andy, are you there? Just going to put my announcement here. Yeah, your OGT is, yeah, fantastic. What a run off that financing. Calvin, I'm really interested in those setups that you have. So I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in the YouTube feed so I can take off. Yeah, I believe you can link TradeStation. It's probably you have to run an administrator in both Trade Ideas and, but I'm pretty sure we link with TradeStation. Not for trading though. If you're talking about trading from within our platform and using TradeStation, no. The only way you can trade from within our platform is if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Streaming now? Okay, so I'm stopping my streaming.
Hello everybody. Let me know when you can hear me and see my screen. Testing 1 2 3. Hi Mike C. How you doing, buddy? Hey Chubby Puff. All right, looks like we have a connection here. This is a Friday edition of the support webinar, and welcome. Hope everything audio is good, everything's working properly. Hi Julian, how you doing? All right, this is for those of you guys who may be here for the first time, this is our support webinar. We steal an hour of Barry's day, let him do whatever he needs to do and relax, whatever, and we open this up for a Q&A for any questions that you might have about the software. Or hello Thomas, how are you? I think I answered an email for you today. We are everywhere around here. Or maybe it's Tomas. I've been known to butcher a few names. Tesla long short. You know, it's funny. I put on a little short position in Tesla. We're gonna see. I mean, it's very small, but we'll see what happens here. If it tires out. I mean, this is nothing I recommend jumping in front of this freight train when I do something like this. It's dangerous, but it's a tiny position. If I'm wrong, it's going to be a very, very small loss. Like I said, I don't encourage this, but when they get this extended, sometimes I get a little bit antsy to go in and try to pick a top. It's like I said, it's very dangerous, and if you are going to do something like this, it's got to be tiny, tiny, tiny size. And I'm still long Neo, so that's probably my best trade of the year has been in this Neo. Bought it, started buying it back over here. I think actually on this day I bought some and added to my position right here, and just of course got it beautiful. Still got 2/3 of my position in Neo. They did do a secondary today. I thought it would get hit more than this, but that's actually a very strong sign. And when you announce a secondary and you don't get crushed. All right, guys, we are open for. Okay, Cliff has one right here. If I had a complex idea for a top list scan, could your team help me build it? Yes, I mean as long as it's new complex, as long as we have the filters for it. Uh, if it's really complex, probably not. It's going to take time, so it's probably not something you can drop in here and we can work on it right now. But yeah, just send it. Let me drop the email in there. Just send it to info@trade-ideas.com, and we can help at least get you started or let you know if it's even doable. You know, if it's an intraday pattern, if you're looking for a lot of candlestick stuff, you know, it's tough, because if you get too many if, when, thens, and then it gets it's really kind of hard to do. But yeah, send an email over the weekend, and somebody will grab it on Monday and see what we can do. We'll definitely tell you if it's doable. If not, sometimes there's always a workaround. I tell you what, if you want to really get creative, and I've talked about this a lot in a lot of our, and you might want to jot this down. You know, the filters that I found to be very powerful when you're trying to get creative are position and range. Position and range filters. These can help you out a lot. As a matter of fact, I built one in yesterday's webinar, just looking for nice setups, and so these are powerful. And then just your simple range filters. So a lot of people ask, how do you what do you use for consolidation? Well, here's what I like to do. Example might be a 5-day range. Okay, I'll do a 5-day range percentage, and if I want consolidation, what I'll do is I'll come in here and I'll limit the amount of the range it can have during that 5-day period. So just come in here with like a 5%, and the stock cannot have moved more than 5%. Now that could be in any direction. It's just got to be, the range has to be less than 5%. If you really want to tighten it up, you can drop it down to 3%. So, and these can work on an intraday range too. So if you're looking for intraday ranges, you're looking for consolidation, might want to try like a 60-minute range. Okay, obviously something like this you'd want to be a lot tighter, maybe a 0.05% or something like that. So those two things right there, I've position and range, and then using these. This is how I built my bull flag alert. So just remember those, jot them down, play around with them. You can get real creative with those, and pretty much build. I'm not going to say anything you want, but you can get pretty creative. The problem is geometrical patterns can be tough. If you're looking for double bottoms, double tops, and things like that, because there's a lot of series of candles that go into that. Market is digging in. Another stock I took a position on today. I like doing things like this when I find stocks that are lagging. I noticed this morning that the airlines are really strong. You have a lot of, I think, let's call them COVID stocks. Stocks that have been beaten up by COVID. That Play is another one. Huge move today in Play. It's Dave & Buster's. Fun, I noticed, was having a nice move the last couple of days. So I did take a small position in American Airlines around this 40. Of course, this is my day trading account. I've been buying it all the way up here, but seeing a pullback now. But when I see an airline like that lagging, sometimes I give it a shot as a kind of a a sympathy move. We like to call it a sympathy move, because really, you look at Love and Delta, they've been having a nice move on the daily the last 4 or 5 days, and AAL hasn't. Now that doesn't mean something. It could mean something's wrong. So you definitely want to use stops in something like that. Can you go over the show strategy menu in properties? Can options? Yeah, you know what? I know what you're talking about, and that's kind of it's kind of obsolete. We used to. Before we had show strategy menu right here. This cannot be configured, Mick. In other words, this is just going to show you some of our built-in things, so you cannot configure it. So these are just basically built-in uh, alert scans or top lists, I should say, that we have. And once again, there's no really configuring this. It's kind of a legacy thing that we had before we had all this customization, put in, where you can just kind of do your own thing. So not a lot of us use it. I don't use it. I'll never have it up on mine. But if you wanted to, you could flip through. Now the problem is if you leave one that you've built. Let's see, I don't think you're going to be able to go back to it. So let's say you go to volume down here, volume leaders, you change it. Okay, you're not going to go back and be able to find the one I just had in there, which I think was, gosh, I already forgot what was in there. But anyway, so I don't like to use it for that reason. So it's not like you can create a list of your windows and put it in here. These are just set in stone, and there's not a whole lot you can do with it. So honestly, it's kind of obsolete. We don't use this a whole lot anymore. And what window? Oh, this is revenue growth fishing. Okay, so basically what I'd have to do is just spawn another one if I wanted to go back and see that window. Revenue growth fishing, there it is. All right, got some questions coming in here. Let me get to the next one. Can you explain a bit more about stocks like this that you were demonstrating yesterday? Your screen was lagging a lot. Sure. So great question. So what I did yesterday is Neo. I told you about Neo. I loved the setup that we had in Neo. It had a big move. Okay, this just shows you the amount of strength that was in the stock, and it had a big move, basically doubled in price, and it wasn't pulling back much. You can see here that it was basically forming a nice little wedge right here. To me, that was just a beautiful, powerful setup right there that has the potential to do what it did. So what I wanted to do, I said, let me find stocks like this. Let me use the stocks like this and see if I can find setups. Okay, so what I did was just go into any web page, type in stocks like this, trade ideas. All right, and there it is. So I knew the setup I wanted was on August 27th. Now I'm looking for a daily chart, so I'm not too concerned about the intraday, what stocks we're doing in the intraday. You can do that, but I'm gonna tell you it's difficult. It's difficult to find. It just is. There's too many intraday filters. So what I wanted to focus on was the ones I just mentioned, the position and range. So I typed in Neo. I went on the date where I really loved the setup, which was Friday, August 21st. And like I said, start time, end time. You're going to get a 5-minute window of every filter that would have been satisfied during this time. So if I'm looking at a daily chart, I wasn't really too concerned about what time. So I just put it basically on about 12:30 Eastern time and hit submit. So what I did is I came down here and I wanted to focus on position and ranges because I wanted to find stocks that were exhibiting the same type of chart that Neo was. So these things, let me see if I can find position and range. There they are. So I focused on the 5-day, the 10-day, and the 3-month range. Okay, so this is the window that I come up with. I'm not going to rebuild it, but this is what I was focusing on. You can focus on any filters you want to. This was my focus when building this. So what I did was, let's just pull it up here. Nice setup. Here's the one that we ended up building. And if I go to configure, you're going to see that the position and range here for the 10-day, I use the variables, the values that I found in stocks like this, and I inserted them in here. Okay. Position in 3-month range, position in 10-day range, position in 5-day range, and also used a position in year range. So I used 4 of them. And lo and behold, we got a lot of, as a matter of fact, Steve and I, well, especially Steve, he's always playing gold and silver and things like that, but I wanted to tell him, let's see if it's still in there. Yeah, look at there. Silver. You know, basically showing that kind of same setup. You know, nice little, you had a move higher. Look, it's so similar to Neo. Move higher, and there is your beautiful wedge. Now, you're going to find some in here that don't exactly meet with the pattern, but that's okay. You can go through and you can find the ones that you want. So that's the beauty. Now I will say this: I think stocks like this works better, just like back testing works better for swing trading, looking for daily setups versus intraday setups. I mean, it can work, but it's harder work. All right, let me see here. They're flying in here, so I got to get moving. I am trying to bring. I hope that helped you there on the stocks like this. I am trying to bring up my trade ideas on a different computer. I didn't have my layouts when I logged in. How do I get my layouts on it? Well, if you're on a new computer, Stan, the only way you could get your layouts is if you saved your layout to the cloud. Okay? Obviously, if you're on a new computer and you don't have anything saved on your hard drive, there's not a whole lot you can do on a new computer unless you saved it in the cloud. If you saved it in the cloud, you could just go to My Cloud and you could find it. But yeah, you're just gonna if you didn't, you can still go back to your old computer and save it to the cloud and go and retrieve it. But if you no longer have that old computer, you're just gonna have to build it from scratch. What is the recent settings at the bottom? Oh, those may have been your Mick when you're in that properties. It may have your recent settings in there. You're just gonna have to play around with it because honestly, it's just something that we don't use anymore. But let's see what you're talking about here. Recent settings. Composite rating. That's definitely mine. Okay. 50 cents and more. I don't know if that's mine. Low float winners. Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. All right. How can I confirm? Oh wait, I'm missing one. Julian says, can any custom scan be filtered by positive news? You know, yes and no. I mean, you're not going to be able to tie in a filter to news, but that is usually shown up in volume. So what I would focus on is 1-minute volume filter. Obviously, and one of the reasons we don't focus too much on positive news, there's no way you're going to ever be able to beat the high frequency news reading algos. So you're not going to be able to read news and go buy something for it. It's just not going to happen. And it's been that way for a long time. Not only that, there's usually insiders that know the news before, it even comes out. So what we like to use, you're going to find it faster by checking out that using the volume filter. Extreme volume. Here's my 1 minute and 5 minutes. So if you have a filter that's using a 1 minute volume, okay, that's going to tip you off faster than you reading any news and coming back and trying to trade a stock. How can I confirm I am running in administration mode? I want to link. Okay, Chris, you're gonna go to our website. Just go to our website. Any page on there, we're gonna have a questions blurb where you can go in. We got a new website now, but anyway, I think it's on the left side now. It used to be on the lower right. But anyway, you can find it. It's on every one of our pages. Just go in there, find the questions blurb, and what that is, it's a chat room online where we can have some text to come in and help you. I'm not good with all that linking stuff, external linking. And Chris also says, also under tools options, what is the value at running all releases? Will I get new features that are not released yet in beta mode? Yeah, I think you're saying tools options. Do you remember what tab is that under? Let's see, I'm trying to remember where that is. Layouts? No. I thought it was under help. Let's see, help, about. Well, that will tell you your most recent one. I'm on a dev version. Upgrade. Thank you, Chris. Yes, thank you. Yes, you want to click on all releases. That will notify you. I'm trying to think where it even notifies you at. Since I'm always on dev versions and testing those out, I really don't know where. But this is, in this case, yeah, this is only going to let you know of production versions. So if you do want betas, you want to click this and upgrade now. Pretty soon, guys, we're not far away from having auto upgrades. It'll be done in the backup. Basically when you fire up your system, if there's an upgrade out there, it's going to automatically upgrade, which is going to be nice. I hope some people don't mind that because it's a good thing, because I get people that come in all the time telling me this is not working out, and I look and they got a 3-year-old version. So we're going to have that pretty soon. But to answer your question, yeah, click on that all releases. That'll give you the beta versions. Excuse me. Get some water. Okay, Stan, if you saved it to your cloud, it will be in. Just go into my cloud, and if you remember how you saved it, just go in, layout, and you should be able to find it. There's no link for stocks like this, Cliff. It's just out there. It's just kind of a separate page. So the best thing to do is just go to Google search and type in stocks like this, trade ideas, and that will find you. Nope, I didn't skip you. I just got to you there, Cliff. So yeah, just type in. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thanks. Okay, looks like Andy. Can you talk about the AI and what you think it is going? Why is it so great today? It is. It's having a great day. You can see all the numbers over there. You can hear I have every trade up in here, and it's just one of those days. Everything is clicking and everything is green. Not always the case. I will tell you this, over time, I mean, in our back office, it does outperform the S&P some days. It's obviously not going to always be like this. If it were, nobody would be working at trade ideas, and we'd all just be doing this and making millions. But today's just a great day, and I don't know why. Maybe Mike took off. He's getting married and he took off today, so maybe it's just doing it in honor of Michael, his wedding. But yeah, Sage was a beautiful little bullish trend change right there. Now see, this is where I tell people, use your common sense. Okay, this to me, this is just a beautiful chart because you've had a nice, uptrend over the last 3 months. A lot of pain for all these people that bought it. You came down here, touched the 50 period, moving average, and then you had the nice little reversal today. Versus a chart that may be trending down and be a very bearish daily chart, and then you get that, I know that's very tempted to think that you picked a bottom, and sometimes they can be great trades, but for me, boy, give me something like this over the other ones. But yes, great day for Holly for sure. All right, looks like we're all caught up. You guys, yeah, you've tied up the first 30 minutes with great questions. Yes, well, good question. Is AI based on intraday or daily? When it's both, okay? We feed her the base strategies, okay? And we will do some back testing. We try to keep it at a minimum because we know Holly's going to be able to take that and do tons of optimization to it. So we give her the base strategies. Now, a lot of the base strategies we give her are based on daily chart patterns. That's why a lot of times when the market gaps way up or gaps way down, Holly tends to maybe struggle a little bit because a lot of those daily patterns, really didn't materialize because we may base here's a great example. Let's say we have a strategy based on taking out the prior day's high, okay, through trading. But if the stock gaps up 2% above yesterday's high, that strategy is knocked out because we're not going to chase the gap. We're looking for a trading through yesterday's high. So that will explain to you why you have, when you have a lot of gaps, it'll throw off a lot of our strategies. Today's a good day. We gapped up little, not much, and things are working out. So I would be careful when you see those big gapping days in either direction. Now, to finish up your question there, Holly for right now gets out of all of the trades at the end of the day. Okay, she doesn't carry anything over. That doesn't mean there can't be some great setups on a daily. You're welcome. Daily patterns. The Sage, for example, this could be one nice. If I would have seen this, maybe I'll even stick an alert in here in case it pulls back. This to me could be a great little swing trade. You've had recent multi-month high pulling back. Real good chance this will get back up to 50 and test these moving averages over the next couple of days. No, that's okay. There's a lot of people that are curious about the AI. Okay, so which AI has the highest winning percentage in general? Well, I'd have to go look at the strategies. I will say this: Holly Neo has been outperforming since her inception last November. Has outperforming the other segments. But here's, I think, where she makes up all her ground and where she does so well. It's during earnings season because she looks for stocks that are doing big volume. Now, obviously, we're about 2 months into, a lot of the earnings have come and gone. So there's still a few out there, but nothing like you get, 3 or 4 weeks ago. So she has less to pick from. She's definitely looking for volume. Let's see what she picked today here so far. Let's go putting Holly Neo. She's doing good. Ortex. Obviously, look at the volume, relative volume. This is one where she called out in the money, may want to continue higher. Couple of shorts here, invert, that she Looks like she closed them out with profit save, and looks like it's coming back up to the entry line. So this one may not have any follow through. We'll have to, time will tell, but she took small winners on that one. But once again, some decent, nice relative volume. And that's what you're going to find in Neo. She looks for stocks that basically are in play. But I notice once earnings season slows down, and until, especially this time of year, until we get into the next earnings season, yeah, maybe want to keep them all open, because it's not, this is not her best time. All of them, man. There you go, Parker. It says right there, use all of them to manage the trade. That's the whole key. The people who trade this best, they don't try to trade every stock that comes through. And if you're a brand new trader and you want to come in and just say, oh man, I'm just going to hook up the auto trader and let it do everything, that's not what it was designed for. Everything we have is designed for idea generation. That doesn't mean as things improve, maybe over time, we're going to have a swing trading. I'm looking forward to that. Given Michael a couple of alerts, and I know he's building on some, so there's definitely going to be some stuff coming out. But to answer your question, the people who trade it best are the ones like Parker's saying. You let her give you the ideas and the entries, and then you manage the trades. Like this Sage, it's up 3% now, so it's a beautiful trade. Maybe learn to cut the ones that don't work, and let these maybe ride. Really not a whole lot of resistance in it. Okay, Mick, have you built any scanners for specific market conditions, like the slower summer days? No. Let's see. I got, this is one I built a long time ago, and I need to pull this up again. It's called Above All Major SMAs. Let's just pull up that's one I probably optimized. Let's just pull up this one. All right. So this is something that you may be looking for, Mick. Something that is just trending. It's above all major SMAs. Let's see how I built it. And you're going to see here that I've used change from 8-day SMA, change from 50-day SMA, 20-day, 200-day. It's just above, position in 20-day range, so it has to be, a nice looking chart, and also looking for volume of at least in the 5-minute over 200. This is an alert. This is going to alert you of stocks that are hitting a new high, and they're doing at least a little bit of volume coming in the 5-minute bar, and it's trading above all its major SMAs. So if we look at this today, you're going to see there's just some nice trending stocks. Now this one you probably would have caught a lot earlier. Okay, this is above all its moving averages, kind of bleeding now. That one, gee, looks like a biotech, probably wouldn't trade it. But something like this, when you see the stock coming through and hitting a new high, you know it's going to be above all its major, SMAs. That's, when it gets slow and you're looking for trending stocks, especially on the daily, you're going to see all these daily charts are looking pretty healthy right now. There's Disney. Nice little trending stock. So you may want to have something like this. MasterCard, look at that trend. Just beautiful. So something like this, I'll be happy to share it. But that's what I would do if I'm looking for opportunity, maybe for stocks that are just exhibiting nice trends. I would get something like this. Just make sure it's above all its moving averages, and maybe buy pullbacks and things like that. I'll go ahead and share this with you. You're welcome, Mick. And there it is. All right, one last question on the AI. Can you explain each HAI areas of focus? I got that, Neo. How about the other two? You're going to find the other two are very, very similar. Okay, maybe the risk parameters may be tweaked just a little bit, but for the most part, these are very similar. I'm not going to try to break these down because there's not a whole lot of difference. Let's take a look in the strategies here and see, maybe it looks at different strategies. Take a look at the strategies in the Holy Grail. You had continuation, downward momentum, Mighty Mouse, power hour long, buyer stepping in. Let's take a look at 2.0. Look at that. Bullish trend change was the only one in 2.0. So you know what? That's probably the thing to look at each morning there. Is take a look at the strategies in play. I think you're going to find they will shuffle in and out between the two strategies, and honestly, what's going on in the back end, I don't think any of us have a clue. But I think you're going to find each of these windows kind of kick around the strategies back and forth. So probably the best thing to do to get an idea is to look at the strategies each morning. And we do have a place you can go on our website where you can find the definitions for each of these strategies. Now, we got a brand new website, and I heard there was issues with this page, so I don't know if that's been fixed, but it will be fixed soon. I can promise you that, where you can go to our website and find these descriptions. But as far as the risk parameters, they're pretty close. They're pretty close, using the same kind of stop algos and target profit targets. But Neo by far is the one that's quite a bit different. Yes. Mark says I use pullback to 20 SMA and another pullback. Yes, those are good ones too. The pullback to 50 SMA. He's talking about this one right here. That she looks like SunPower. I'm not sure what happened there. Obviously some news on this day right here, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But these work good when you have pullbacks in the market. We haven't been seeing a lot of pullbacks in the market, but you can still sometimes find some nice little setup. There's one that's actually touching the 20, pulling back. That's putting in a kind of a daily candle. There's another one coming down to the 50, putting in a bullish candlestick right there. So yes, you can find opportunities there and things that are pulling back to the to 20 as well. Let me put this on all so we can see what kind of profits. All right, let me get me a drink of water here and find out where I am on the questions here. The thing about AI, it does not necessarily know how to explain why it does what it does. Yeah, it's a strategy, and each day it comes in with these strategies in play, just like your alert would be in play. If you had an alert, okay, like this alert right here, everything had to be satisfying my filters to alert me. Well, the same thing can be said about Holly. We just don't know what she does in the back end as far as optimization goes. Okay, of course, anybody on any given day that works for Trade Ideas can go in and see, how she tweaked it, but you can't copy that and use it, because the next time she has that strategy, it may look totally different. So you're right. It's hard to explain, what she does, and we're constantly, trying to refine it and make it better. And I think there's going to be huge strides coming ahead, especially when we have a nice little swing trading one. I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, you're correct. A lot of people ask me, can we get a list in pre-market of what Holly's looking at? We have no idea. Okay, We could go look at her scan and how it's set up, but we're not going to know what the trades are until she starts firing them out in real time. Okay, let's dissect one just in our mind, okay? Because I think if you put a lot of this stuff, logic in your head, you could figure a lot of this stuff out. Okay, so what's happening in Sage here? Well, we know it's above its 50-day SMA, and we know it's pulling back. It's been pulling back, but we also know, it's a nice little bullish pattern there. I'm trying to figure out why, because this looks like something that would be pulling up in my there's a reason. There's this filter in here that's keeping this from pulling up in my pullback above 50 SMA Pro, because this is exactly the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Maybe it's something I'll do once I get off here. I'll dissect it and try to figure out why that's not coming in here. But you can see that it's called bullish trend change. So there's a good idea. This thing is looking for a potential bar reversal. Obviously, it happened before. Okay, it took out this high. So for whatever reason, it's looking for maybe a, well, yeah, that's probably a position and range filters in there. I'm like I said, I don't know what she did here, but obviously it's a pullback, and it's exhibiting at the moment a reason to believe it was going to do a horseshoe this morning, which it finally did. You had a gap up. Maybe there was a gap filter in there, retraced it, and this started anticipating that it was going to do a horseshoe and do that. So if you look at the definitions, yeah, you'll definitely get an idea, when these things come through there, what she's kind of looking for. We just don't know how she optimized it and the filters that she used. All right. Yes, Steve says Sage is a perfect pullback to the 50, and it is. All right. Please share the pullback. Also, this one right here is available if you just go to the Traders Vault. You will find this pullback above 50 SMA Pro in there. And one I did the other day that I'll also share with you is plenty at the 20. And I will share this. And then we'll pull it up and take a look at some of the stocks coming through. And this one happened. Back test really well. And let's just go ahead and load it as well. See what it's looking for. KBH. There you go. There you have it. You got your alert right there. Beautiful. This is the kind of stuff I'll look for. A strong chart. Okay. Housing sector has been doing great. Look at this trend. Just beautiful. And kind of a channel here. All right, 4 days of pullback in a very bullish chart, and it tags the 20 period moving average. You can see the blue arrow. I don't know why this blue arrow is kind of hiding these days, but anyway, there was the alert. 36.05, getting a nice little bounce in this. This is a swing trader's just idea alert, because you're looking for a longer term, maybe anywhere from 3 to 5 days, or maybe 3 to 5 weeks, depending on if the chart's still working. But this is the kind of thing that you can build at Trade Ideas to just feed you ideas. And especially in a bull market that we're having, it's just, you can just, let's take a look at the history, see if we've seen any more. Flow. Right there, it's tagging the 20. Now, relative volume's not bad. So there's a pretty decent pullback. Taking advantage of a lot of people's misery and pain and coughing up shares. Now, not sure if this will hold, but boy, I like the entry because, you know, I'm not buying it, too early. I'm waiting for this to tell me, hey, the 20 is being hit right here. You might want to take a look at this. There's another one, very similar. Okay, Kroger, nice little uptrend. Of course, it's a food store. They have a hard time moving anywhere, but still. NTR, a little bit early on that one. Yeah, this one, some sort of crop farming or something like that. Yeah, that's a little bit scary to happen, that early. But I'm getting to the ones that are happening in the morning, which I kind of don't like to trade them in the first 10 or 15 minutes. That's why you're seeing some further, bleed through on this. But boy, the ones after 9 o'clock, not bad at all. Now let's back test. See if it's still back testing good. The other day it back tested great. Still looking pretty good. But not as good as it did the other day, I don't think. It was at a 4 profit factor. This is why if you have an alert that you really like, you got to stay on top of it and back test it every day, especially if you're doing any sort of automation with it. Yeah, 3.23, almost a 60% winning percentage, and a nice 2-to-1 uh, average winner versus average loser. So it tells me in a bull market, this is going to be a great strategy. And all you got to do is look at the profit curve right here. Just a nice uptrend, not a whole lot of drawdowns, big ones anyway. All right, next question here. I got your scan on plenty on the 20. However, my alerts don't show as many as your window says. Yeah, you might. It should. Are you talking about the one you just copied? Because I just pulled up the same one that I dropped the cloud link in the YouTube chat. I mean the chat there. So yeah, you should be definitely pulling up. These same. If you run a test and just go to, you got to go to. I did a history and put it on today. Okay, when you first pull it up, all it's going to do is show you the most recent one. Oh, look at there, another home builder is hitting right there. Ding. Yeah, but you know what? I don't think I changed that any. I may have, yeah, it may have been. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I could have optimized it one more time or something like that. So uh, it should be the same. But there's sometimes I do go in there and we'll make a little tweak, and I just can't remember. All right, let's see here. Okay, he says he sees it. Okay, great, Chris. Yeah. Okay, you caught the down low one. Yeah, check out that one, and maybe you can even compare it to the one that I dropped last week and see if I made any changes in it. I didn't think I did. All right, looks like we're all caught up. Another stock that I'm in that I like the way it's setting up, that I bought today, is this Rocket Mortgage. And I bought it around 27.50, and I just like the way that's setting up right there. It's a new issue, but nice little pop there, pulling back, but not pulling back very much, and kind of going inside. Just has that look. So it's new issue, so you got to be careful. Didn't buy a whole lot of size in that, but definitely like that setup there. All right, we're all caught up. I got about probably 7, 8 more minutes before Barry cranks it back up. And the market is getting a little lift. Oh, Steve, I dropped that in the traders. I thought you saw that. I dropped that in the trader trainer guys thread, but it hasn't gone a whole lot. So Steve said he pulled it up and bought it in 10 seconds. Yeah, that's a tasty one there. It's setting up, but just be careful. These new issues can move. I'm not warning you, obviously, Steve. You know about that, but been hearing some good things about this too. So this company, I'm not telling you guys to buy it. I'm just telling you what I did. Oh, Cliff, thank you very much. I appreciate that, buddy. Oh, Steve, thank you. You're right. Oh boy, earnings is coming up, so got to be careful on that Rocket Mortgage. But who knows? Maybe it can get a lift over the next couple of trading days. Let's see. Was that pre-market or post? It is pre-market, so we got basically 2 days of trading. So hopefully, yeah, this thing can get going. Yeah, I had it kind of down. I couldn't see it very well. What happened? My something got quirky on my single stock window. I used to have everything that was available. I mean, I could see. I probably added something. Do like this number right here, though. Nice little revenue growth. I'm always looking at revenue growth. All right, 5 more minutes. So get your questions in. These will be the last questions until Monday. How often is the AI logic optimized? Well, developers don't optimize it. Okay, Holly does. Uh, so there's not a lot we need to do. I mean, she starts after the market closes, going through all of her base strategies, which is probably about 50 of them. You know what? We may have pulled those back. I think we cleaned that out, and maybe it's down around 40, 35 or 40. But she does all the optimization. Now we will introduce new strategies. A lot of the traders, if they have something, they will give it to the developers and let them play around with it and stick it in what we call a combine, so we can test it and see if it can perform over time. And then Holly does all the optimizing. Okay, so it's just the base strategy. For example, this would be a good one to end on. There's plenty on the 20. Okay, so let's say we're getting ready to launch a swing trading holly. Okay, this is a great. Go back to the back tester, run it again. This would be a great base strategy to give to the developers because it performs well with very little optimization at all. And once this, let me just pull back up the filters here, and you can see we don't want the base strategy to have a whole lot of filters in it. That means we're kind of creating it. Now, filters like price, filters like average daily volume, that's not going to affect the outcome at all. These are just base parameters we use for building it. And the ones that I optimized on was change from the close. You can see here this works best if the stock is down no more than 4.5 and no higher than 0.5, and then the S&P change today when the market's down no more than 2.25 and it's not up more than 5. So very little optimization done. So this is something we could feed the AI, and then she could even go in and optimize it more. Whereas, so if we were running this on Holly, 525 trades, so that's about, on a 64-day period, that is about 5 trades a day. Is that right? No, it's going to be more than that. 7 or 8. Anyway, I can't. Mine's not working. So anyway, Holly may go in and optimize this more, where it's only spitting out maybe 2 or 3 a day. So anyway, it just Holly does all the optimization. We just want to get rid of these base strategies with these nice curves, nice profit factoring, winning percentage, and average winner, average loser. We know Holly can go in here and do her magic and even make it better. But the key is when to implement these strategies. Okay, let me see. You're welcome, Mike C. Appreciate it. Got a couple more. Barry's streaming now, so this will be the last question. And where did we get plenty on the 20 again? Well, it's Parker. The link is above. If you see my last thing I dropped in there, that is the cloud code. You can click on that cloud code, okay, and it's going to pull up this cloud page, and this is where you can have the code and you can load it and have access to it. To load it, all you have to do is, in case you need to know, just copy the URL. Okay, so click on the link, copy the URL, and then just go to File, Load from Cloud, and the code will already be in there. It copies it from the clipboard, and just click Load, and you can see I got just loaded another one there. So I hope you got that. Chris, did you find that? I know what Chris. Who was it? Marvin. No, Parker. Did you find it, Parker? Oh, I got it. Yes. As a matter of fact, I used Trade Ideas with Sterling for years. It's a nice link there, easy link for Sterling. I think it's just a basic instructions. If you need to figure out how, Marvin, just come to our website. Once again, come to our online chat, and a tech can help you get that, give you the instructions to link that. All right. Thank you, Parker. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Great session, and we're going to sign off now. Have a great weekend. I'm going to send you back over to Barry. All right. Bye-bye.
Have an option filter. This options volume today is, it's just another way of looking at stocks that are trading abnormally. So what that one does is, let's just say for argument's sake, a stock normally has traded 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days on average. So if you use this filter and you put say 200% in the min box, that stock would have to trade 4,000 contracts a day. So I mean, there's abnormal option activity taking place. Just another clue that you'll more than likely also see abnormal total volume, not just option volume, but just another way of zeroing in on stocks that have are trading abnormally. I don't use the VWAP. I'm aware of it. I don't use it. I mean, I know where it is. I know where the 200-day is, but I'm not using it necessarily to base my, I'm not waiting to get a test or a bounce off the VWAP as an example, and then I take a trade or a bounce off the two. I'm just aware of where they are. Again, I'm trying to channel trade a little bit more, but again, what I'll look at is more the daily and the weekly and the monthly charts to see what sort of room a stock still has to move before it's going to run into some resistance. Yeah, a little pop in the SPY here for sure. Oh, for absolutely market trend, of course. I mean, again, a lot of stuff that we do here, the stocks are trading abnormal volume. So typically, they don't care as much what the overall market's doing. Typically, but definitely, I mean, it's always good to have an eye on what the trend of the market is. And the sector you're in. That's why I always have my Spyder sector list here. If I'm going to get into a stock that, especially one that is not necessarily has any dynamic news today, well, I want to see, well, how is the sector? What is it? All these stocks, of course, have to be associated with some sector. So how is the sector doing? So the market is up today. Every indice is up, but look, retail is just a little bit down. So I mean, if I wanted to get into a retail stock right now, I might have to, if I got an alert for a retail stock, I might pause a little bit, saying, the retail sector ETF is certainly it's moving down. It's one of the scans I'm sharing, Fire Trading. They're here. Room drive icon, scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document, or here, scans. And one of the scans I'm sharing, it's the Spyder sector list right there. All right, guys, I don't know if Andy is out of the YouTube feed yet. Yeah, I mean, the larger caps that tend to follow the market, of course. That's why, though, I mean, most of the stuff we're doing is not really so dependent on what the market is doing. He is? Thank you very much. Okay, so now I can do my video. Thank you. Don't know how to pronounce. I'm just going to call you NN. Okay, so I'm going to do my video right now. Should be back around no later than 125. All right, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute in both feeds. All right, guys, I'm back. So I'll be honest, I'm just kind of, cruising into the close after this week. Not really looking to do too much more. That PSV though, that's definitely is having some action here. Look at the volume, 34 million. One of the things, Rock, I don't know if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, but I mean, before you start trading, we have a great paper trader here, simulator trading called Brokerage Plus, and all you have to do, if you have a subscription with Trade Ideas, all you need is a standard subscription. So before you actually commit money to the market, I would encourage you to paper trade. It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter what broker you've got. Okay, so that would be my big recommendation. I'm going to use my jet plane analogy. If I threw you the keys to my jet, and you've never taken flying lessons, what are you going to do? So I'm going to throw you a bunch of money. Now I want you to invest in the market. What are you going to do? You got to practice. Yeah, I mean, if you are a subscriber, I mean, I absolutely 100%. Please practice before you commit money to the market. And it's very simple to do. I mean, you just have to connect simulated trading, and then you start practicing. Kidnap a pilot. Okay, you could do that too. Okay, guys, what time is it? 1:20. Ooh. I don't know if I can make it till 3. Yeah, well, I'll even give you 100,000 K to start. $100,000 to start. Boy, look at this one. Look at Fleur. I don't know if you guys are too familiar with this. I've talked about this company in the past. This is a huge construction company. Look at this. Look at this move on the 15-minute chart today for Fleur. FLR. Just basically straight down after that little bit of consolidation here. Straight down since 11:30. Even on the 5, it's just straight down. Yeah, I remember somebody asked me what I'm going to do with home. Yeah, I just found it too choppy today. It's just a little too choppy for me. Oh man, guys, look at PSV now. Oh, we saw this one just on a little one break, right up here. That's 30%. I did not take this one. And Martin, it is not Martin. Now William, it is not shortable for me anyway. But it is popping through that that channel. And it just got halted. PSV just got halted. This is a volatility halt. Oh, I see. Call me gain. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. And let's see, what is this stacking up at? So 133 on the halt. I don't see any stupendous. This is what I see right now, 130, 134. This is from Interactor Brokers, guys. Okay, this is not part of Trade Ideas. This is time and sales. All brokers have something like this. I'm just looking to see, where it looks like it could open. No guarantees that this is what's going to happen. A lot of times you'll see a stock like this, 133, and when you're looking, it could be opening at 150, 155. That's what you love to see, of course, if you got in earlier. And if it's a 5-minute halt, it will open at 127 and 49 seconds. I don't think I've really seen this company before too much. One Spa Holds, so obviously a gym of some sort. Cruise ships. Okay. So they offer basically spas on cruise ships. Where are they out of? Yeah, the Bahamas. You can just, again, you just sort of look at a daily chart that looks kind of choppy. You can almost be guaranteed it's trades somewhere else where it's not a U.S. company or U.S. based company. Now, it could be in Bahamas, for tax purposes, etc. But anyway, one spa. Shoot, that was shortable too. Actually, MEOH is starting to move higher here. I was looking to short this one, That was on the flip of the linear regression. I was looking to short this one. All right, guys, this should open, this PSV, that's for fun. It should open in 10 seconds. Let's see if that happens. Usually they're 5-minute halts, so let's see if that happens. And should be open. It should be open. Well, that was anticlimactic. Okay, so if it's not a 5-minute halt, then it's going to be a 10-minute halt, I guess. Usually there are multiples of 5. Oh, okay. So it was a little bit later. A little bit later. Usually they're bang on, you know. But anyway, it just opened. FBIO on the march here. FBIO over 4 now. What sort of room does this one have? Let's see on the monthly chart. Look left and 405. So it's almost at the highs here. That was back in about 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago. $1 a day. Welcome. Yeah, I would say that 95% of the time it's almost bang on the 5 minutes. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. For New York, I see what you're saying. Okay. I hadn't noticed that before. All right. I'm not probably going to take this trade, but I mean, if this is the sort of thing, it got all the way back down to almost $1, and I'm just going to say, keep an eye on this one because it could pop from there, from that $1.07. Just popped 13, 14 cents. I haven't looked at that for a while. Nicola. Yeah. Well, it's over. As I was saying, but it already popped. I was saying that after the halt, it dropped all the way down to $1, but then it rallied a little bit up, and I said, if it can move up to say 110, well, I didn't say it at 110, but I said this candle could get it going again, and it popped about 25 cents now. So I mean, it's over. I mean, I don't mean it's over and that it's not going to go higher. I'm just saying the entry would have been right around 108. So you watch CNBC, Zach? I'm assuming you got an eye on that, or you've got a. Well, this will be interesting. Will it take out the high? PSV, $1.33. I mean, it still has a ton of room if it wants to keep moving. Look at the volume, 46 million, 8 million in the float. Almost six traded, almost, I would say this is about five and three quarters of the float, 5.75 of the float. Oh, I would think so. I mean, with CNBC and if they're saying, and coming up next is the CEO from such and such a stock, I can't, I'm sure that must move the stock. Well, I make all my trades from within Interactive Brokers. I don't use Brokerage Plus. Okay, I put this on the simulator all day long. I don't go in. I don't toggle back and forth. So now in the simulator, no, I don't. I don't see very much lag. I mean, let's do one. I mean, it depends on the spread too. I'll just take this trade. I'll go rent at the market and let's see where I get a fill at. So that was virtually immediate. And that fill, that was a proper fill, right in between. So I don't notice that at all, TT. I mean, you saw I took the trade and it was virtually within a second. Man, I'm gonna have to start paying attention. To my basic new highs, no repeat, that starts kicking in at 12:30. There was the PSV one, of course, it got up to 130. The FTSE FTSI 434, 461 now. FBIO 380, yeah, almost four now. What's RYAM doing? 324, still there. INVE, what are you doing? 594. So that really didn't do much. And I don't know, GOL 693. It's just hanging around there. But boy, PSV and FTSE and FBIO, three out of them, certainly great percentage moves. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that could have something to do with the TT, but I mean, I've never even thought about it, so it's never thought that it's affected. Best thing to do too is, I mean, just take a look at the bid and the ask, and make sure you're getting a fill that makes sense. Whether even if it's 2 or 3 seconds later, as long as it makes sense. Remember, you're simulated trading. I mean, a couple of pennies is not going to make a world of difference. Shoot, look at this PSV now, guys. Just made a new high. Yeah, well, what's your account? You don't have to tell me. Well, if it's 10,000 shares, okay, but what, is that realistic compared to what your real account is? And what are you dealing in, like sub penny stocks? Yeah, I don't know if you're kidding when you said 10,000 shares. Okay. Okay. Boy, this is sinking again. Look at the week this one has. Lee LI kind of tied to me. I don't know how tied it is to Nile, but anyway, it's in the China auto sector. And at the beginning of the day, I saw this looked like it was going to come back a little bit. There was the pre-market action. Market opened, looked pretty good, but since the market opened, it has just basically slid away. Look at this. I mean, there's a next low looking left, 1763, not that far away. Now, there's a lot of consolidation now for this LIND, just over 10. There's that 200 day. I mean, if it breaks down through 10, this could be an interesting short. That's the LIND. In the, right up here, you've been here before, you know that, don't you? In the room drive, scans that I share, download, all the scans are there. Scans that I share, download again, or click on the scans tab and they're all here. Guys, this could be an interesting one. Those of you looking for potential swings. I mean, look at Fossil here, FOSL. Now, you know, it's obviously it's a retailer, but look what it's trying to do here. Over 6, look left. You know, it has room to about 8. I mean, there's a ton of room. Kind of interesting. That's FOSL. Had earnings on the 12th, so that's behind. Look at the volume coming in too. Look at the volume, guys, on Fossil, FOSL. Big 15-minute. There's the biggest one of the day. This could challenge it, though. It's got 2 minutes for this to close. FOSL definitely on the run here a bit. Which one is that called? I'm sorry, which one? Oh, that was fossil. You're talking about fossil, right? FOSL? Oh, well, here we go. Basic new highs, no repeat. Yes, right here. I think that's how I've labeled it. Basic new highs and lows, no repeat. It's the same. I actually probably should get rid of the lows. I don't think there are any lows in here. Yeah, it should be in the scans folder. Let me just do a double check. Yeah, I just looked at it. Here it is. Basic new highs and lows, no repeat. I just clicked on that link. That goes to a Word document. What do I think about ODT? I think it's had a tremendous day bouncing off the financing of 1425. It's hard to know. I mean, it obviously got hammered the last 3 days. I mean, really. I mean, remember, this was a 30, even going back a couple of weeks before that, the $40 stock all the way down to 15. But they did a financing, I guess, announced it last night after the market closed at 1425, and the markets reacted very well to it. But, you know, if you're asking me what I think, I have no idea what it's going to do from here. It's just it's just interesting that it's doing so well off the financing. Another SPAC, SCCH. Oh man, look at the day it had yesterday. These are wild ones, guys. They're hard to intraday trade for sure. What did Graph end up doing? Did it get back to 20? No. You know, I had that big pop at the beginning, all the way up to 21.19, and then almost an immediate pullback. I wouldn't call it, Dallas, I wouldn't call it a feed. We have a news tab, okay? But if you're looking for something like, say, live breaking, I mean, you might get something in here that is, you know, really close to live breaking, but it's not like one of the pay news services where you're paying $100 or $150 a month for sort of live breaking news. But then we do have a news tab, so you can see news. I mean, there's no question. I use this more in the pre-market. You know, when I'm doing my pre-market work to check to see, okay, why is the stock moving? Is fossil halted? I doubt it. I don't see. No, it's just not moving. Oops. You want to pay for it, Dallas? We'll be glad to add a live. It'll cost you another $100 a month, maybe. I don't care. I mean, listen, I know people like to see the so-called late breaking news. My opinion of it is this, is that when you see a stock ramping, yeah, there might be some news. By the time you actually see the news, the stock's already been moving. So as far as I'm concerned, the breaking news is having one of our alerts that, say, a momentum alert that is showing right on the screen that a stock is moving. If you're going to take the time, to then read the news and then make up your mind, it's probably over anyway. Again, the only reason I even look at news is just in the pre-market. I mean, you can tell. I mean, if a stock is moving in the pre-market, the first thing I'm looking for is in an earnings play. Now, we're not in earnings season, so the likelihood it's an earnings play is probably low. So the next thing I'm looking, especially if it's a bio, okay, is it a virus play? Have they come up with some kind of a virus announcement, or another bio that is just phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 announcements? Or is it, could be another, outside the bio sector, it could be a company just with news. And so it is, for me, it is interesting to see what the news is. And I'll kind of, in my head, I'll think, okay, do I think that news really is going to sustain itself during the day? Most of these little bios turn out to be fizzles. Now you got the odd one where you see some $464 million order, and even if it's spread over 100 years, all traders are looking at is that number. So, of course, that can cause a stock to just go crazy. So that's sort of the news that I'm looking at. Otherwise, I don't care intraday. Most of the time what happens is if you're in the trading room, somebody is scouting around and can post the news, or if it's that important. Yeah, we do have that one. See it before the break. It's basically a volume scan. Instant volume coming in. Any guys, ANY just showed up here. 221, a little break, good volume, and lots of room. Look left, lots of room on a percentage basis. Looking left on that daily chart, looks like the high of around 268. Something's happening. Lots of volume coming in too. A lot of volume for any. That's what you want to see. You're going to buy these pops. I mean, it has to be volume. Meanwhile, my goodness, Lee continues its march down here through that whole number, getting close to that low of 3 days ago. 1768, getting closer and closer. Yeah, NIO is starting to sink also. The other one though is not. I honestly thought that this XPEV would have a far better day. This is one I actually traded in the pre-market right here, guys. I mean, this was the IPO from yesterday, the Tesla of China, and I actually thought that when this got up to that 25 level, that's where it got to yesterday, that it would just keep going, but not yet anyway. Have to watch it next week. A lot of big guys behind it: J.P. Morgan, Credit Suisse, and Bank of America. So they've got some heavy hitters behind this one. Anybody take it? Now, this might be the only time I'm going to disregard the channel, in these ones. These are so active, but they could be very quick trades. Yeah, I mean, I'm really interested. Had it taken out 25 today, I probably would have taken it again and done my best to hold on to it. And this is not shortable yet anyway at Interactive Brokers, the big red dot, not shortable. That's typical for an IPO. Usually takes a few days. Look at the volume, good volume. 100 million in the float though. So I mean, or 100 million were issued. I don't know what's in the float, but 100 million. So it's a big IPO. They raised what was it at 15? So over $1 billion. Yeah, I mean, listen, a long time ago I had Benzinga news source. I just found it was just too distracting. I mean, you've got to listen all day long and I just found it too distracting and I honestly didn't find it helped me at all. It was more, if it's a free service, like, okay, it's kind of interesting, but to pay 100 or 150, whatever they charge, to me anyway, it just wasn't worth it. But I'm not saying if somebody has it and they're using it to their advantage, great. Interesting, R. Roy. Yeah. These are quick ones. These are usually pretty quick ones though, but I mean they're cheap, so you get close to 221 and you can get close to 240 out of it. Lots and lots and lots of volume, so the liquidity is not an issue. But I'm always looking at, when you see it has room on the daily chart, then you never know where it's going to run to. And for whatever reason, at this point, people wanted to pile into this stock. Real had it, and he stopped listening to it. I know he was listening to it a few months ago, but he stopped. He just found it too distracting. What is the line? Oh, this is. I probably should get rid of it. I think it's the. My can't see the things. Just give me a second here. It's probably a 200 day or something, or 200 not day, but. Yeah, I should get rid of it because I don't follow the 200 period on the 15. I must have added that a long time ago. That's what it is. Yeah, so our Roy, there are two, they are concurrent. I can give you the link for it. There are just more active traders in the other one. Both see my screen, both hear me, but there are way more active traders in the other one. I'll just give you the link for it if you want to come in. Well, this is a 5-minute chart, 15. This is a daily, weekly, and monthly. So, I mean, the big M, monthly, big W, weekly, big D. Hey, Calvin, are you still in the room? Okay, so here's another one. Now this is right through the 200-day HH, but not quite as clean as the NE. You know, I mean, you just look at this daily chart. You can see a lot of resistance, probably around a 130, 139 or so. I mean, if it got right up there and you were able to get at 114, of course that'd be okay. But there could be a lot of choppiness on the way up. It is through the 200-day, 106, barely. Good volume. This is this HHT, but just don't like the daily as much. I mean, look at any. I mean, you just sort of see the difference. You know, it's big gap to the 2 days ago. Most of the things that we look at, because I have a high relative volume, are going. There's never going to be a liquidity problem. Okay, most of the things that, for my style of trading, because I've got minimum volumes, I've got high relative volume, and all, so it's never going to be an issue for liquidity. So it really doesn't matter the float. I mean, look at this. I mean, the NE 4 million, super low float. I'm looking at the spread, 2-cent spread. That's great. I mean, for that, for a 4 million float, 2-cent spread, lots of volume, 5 times normal. Never, for the things that I show anyway, there's never a liquidity issue. Oh, 2 o'clock. Now, John. All right, guys. Well, I know I'm going to be wrapping up in a little less than an hour, but just wanted to go over some of the aspects of trade ideas, and I'm going to put my homepage link in. Here we go. Okay, well actually, I'm glad you asked that question. Not so much my windows. I mean, my windows are, but new to the software, 20 short lessons, perfect for you. Okay, 20 short lessons, which basically goes over creating alert windows, creating top list windows. What are the functions of them? So if you click on that link, so if you click on that link, 20 short lessons, you know, literally, what is a top list? What is an alert window? So it goes over all the basic features of trade ideas. Okay, so if you're new, absolutely watch they're not videos, it's just all text based. And these windows here, these are scans that I've created for my style of trading. I'm sharing everything here. That room drive icon, scans that I shared, download. So you can kind of pick and choose. You might see something that looks like hopefully I've labeled them, named them, so it kind of makes sense. You kind of pick and choose. But getting back to my home page, so if you click on my home page, you will see there's the promo code, okay? Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So if you click on that, get trade ideas, you'll be brought to our subscription link or page. And so we have premium and standard. Premium, if you're getting premium, it's because you want to have access to the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason. If you're going to get, and I'm going to go over the AI just in a bit. You don't have to have the AI course. You can always have your standard. Premium and standard, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You don't have to start off with an annual. This is monthly. This is not a contract. It's just month to month. $118 less the 15%. First month only. Discount's only good for the first month. Or $228 less the 15%. Discount again, only good for the first month. You can choose, if you choose to upgrade, we'll honor that 15% upgrade or promo code, okay? Again, clicking on my link. Trade of the week. I know there seems to be a problem for some of you. I don't know why. And believe me, Steve, who creates these trade of the week, is as frustrated as you guys. No idea why some of you get it and some of you don't. I've always got it. No issue. Okay, but anyway, the trade of the week should be sent to you about between a half an hour to an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. But if you come into the room, you know, before the market opens Monday, I'll certainly let everybody know what the trade of the week is. I do a daily video right here. You can click on that, subscribe to that. Everything is free. All the webinars are here. You click on that link. There's that 20 lessons in 20 days. Daily webinars right here. And educational videos. Lots of educational videos. It's kind of redundant, I guess, because this has the same thing. In fact, this looks like exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to get them to change that. Trading books. Okay. So it's a little more involved. Okay. So the education link has a little more information in it. You are not looking at the AI on the screen. And hi, Thomas. No, the reason you don't see the AI on the screen is because the AI is a premium service. It's just not fair for those of you who pay for the premium service if I'm going to display the AI all day long. Okay. I can show you one of, actually the AI is not done too badly. I mean, everything is up except for these down here, but you know, modestly, and this one was way up. Ortex early, all the way up to 650 from 601. Yeah, so these windows here. There's just something I've created. I mean, they're pretty basic stuff, basic new highs and lows. That's why I called it basic new highs and lows. So I mean, within trade, I'm assuming you're new to trade ideas, so or you don't have the program. So that's the whole idea. You can create your own scans for your style of trading. So I'm always a guy. I'm always liking to see stocks near the highs or lows of the day. So for instance, right here, I'm going to click on configure. So you know this is what I like to see: stocks between 1 and 20. Relative volume, current volume is at least 3, means it's trading at least 3 times as normal up to this point of the day. Minimum 300,000 shares and up at least 4% or down 4% from the close. So these are stocks, these are pretty active stocks. Okay, so if a stock meeting these criteria hits a new high or a new low, I will see it real time. Okay, this is just the same as this, except this is the what we call it the no repeat version. You notice here that FTSE FTSI is repeating over and over again. Well, this is the first time it appeared. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened? You know, since then. So at 207, and it was 471. What has it done since then? So it's moved a little bit. You know, this one, this is a good one here. You know, the PSV, it appeared at 1240. The time was 1240 at $1. What did it do since then? You know, this one rocketed all the way up to $1, 40. Still active, guys. I mean, it's still, you know, we got topping tails and bottoming tails, so it's kind of trying to pick a direction. But anyway, this is why I put the no repeat, so you can kind of go back and see, okay, what did it do from the initial alert? There was actually the initial alert for FTSE. FTS, you know, FTSY, or sorry, FTSI, there was the initial alert, 434. Here it is at 481. You can see that blue arrow right there. There was the alert. This is not a buy recommendation. It's just showing me, you know, what candle did the alert happen. So, you know, as an example, this is a watch list that I create. After hours, I create a watch list for the next day, and then you can access it from the channel bar, and then my watch list. Boy, this has ever been good from that 1251. You know, it rested a bit, but boy, what a move for FTSI. Now, you'd think, you know, 5 could stall it easily, and if not, then this area right there, 536. Not shortable for me, FTSI, at Interactive Brokers. Are there stall levels on the 15 and 5 minute windows? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Are you talking about resistant levels? Oh, okay. You know, we get it. Your idea of resistance might be completely different from mine, and it might be different from Gypsy Trader. It might be different from Thomas. You know, So to me, you just have to get used to looking at a chart, and these, because all of these stocks are making new highs, that's why I have the daily, weekly, and monthly chart here. So you can kind of see, when you look at it, when you look left on the daily chart for this one as an example. Now, this is already running up. I'm saying it could stall because of just running out of steam. But if you look at the daily chart and look left, you can see that the next high looking left is around 520. So it could stall there. 5 could stall it though. Psychological number to get through. So you're again, people's ideas of resistance, unless you see a lot of resistance right on the chart, which is so obvious. You see a bunch of activity, almost flat line, but a lot of activity. That's obviously should be, something that as you get used to trading, your eye just gets attracted to that and says, "Aha, that is a resistance area." The other ones are a little more subtle. A 1-day high looking left. Is it going to be resistance? Not necessarily, but it is amazing how many times it is. Right to the penny. It's amazing. Not necessarily for the whole day, but it might take a few attempts to get through. Or it never gets through. Guys, ORTX, another leg up, and look at the volume. This is an AI alert, okay? Not now. It was before at 6:01. You can see it right there. It had the big pullback. But as I say in the video I did today, use it as a watch list. These things can set up later on, and look at this. Look at the volume that just came in. Biggest volume, no, not quite. No, I'm wrong. This was the biggest volume candle on the 5 and the 15 today. But this has this has 13 minutes to close. So who knows where this is going to end up in terms of the volume. Another one. Look at this one moving. Okay. OKE. FTSE continues. Man, what a move for this one. An AI alert. It's artificial. Well, it's over here. It's our. Let me just show you what it looks like. These are the AI strategies that made the cut today. We have 50 of them. They got optimized once the market closes. Once the market closes today, the AI will get to work on what we call an optimization routine and runs through all 50 strategies. We have a back tester. It starts looking at the filters that are in place. I was showing you the filters. This is not one of the strategies, but I was showing you, the filters. So it looks at the filters that are in place, maybe makes a change to the values, maybe takes one out, adds one in, and runs the back tester. And at the end of the routine, it takes several hours to go through 50 of them. On Monday, we will be presented with the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut tip is the right combination of profit factor and win percentage. No, it's not on. FTSI is not on the AI today, no. So Monday morning, this window will be blank, and the market opens, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry, you'll have a stop. Manage the trades. Yeah, I use the SPY to track the overall market, yes. How do you enable repeats in the... I'm sorry, I thought you were talking the AI. Okay, so this is an option. So the no repeat, right click, properties. See where it says don't repeat? So I've checked it. So I've checked it for a day. Okay, here are the different time frames. Or if I uncheck it, then it will repeat. Make sense? So was the question how do you enable don't repeat or how do you enable like repeats is the standard. You have to actually want to not have it repeat. Okay, so I think so you've got this window and you want it to repeat. Just uncheck then. Right click, properties, and then where it says don't repeat, just uncheck it and say okay. Or you can have this. I mean, this is the, just download this one, the basic new highs and lows. Then you're going to get the repeats all day long. Yeah, so the big difference between Mac and the PC is a PC-based program. You won't have what we call Brokerage Plus. So you cannot do the paper trading, okay? If that matters to you. Everything else is basically the same. You cannot connect to a broker. Um, we have what we call an external linking tool. So when you click on an alert, it'll load into your broker's platform, and from inside your broker's platform, you'll do whatever you want to do in terms of trading. But it just saves you the step of having to type a symbol in. Okay, you can't do that in the web-based version. I would say, so if you don't care about paper trading, then it's not a big issue. That to me would be the bigger one. Depends how many stocks, depends how many alerts you're clicking on all day long. Otherwise, you have to type them in. Look at FTSE. My goodness, guys, this is going absolutely. What a great alert! 434 over $1 on a $4 $5 stock. Look at the volume that's coming in. Yes. Now, if you are a Mac user, there are three ways. Obviously, the one way, which as I've just described, is using the web-based version, but there are some limitations. If you have multi-monitors, it's not as friendly. Otherwise, if you this is a podcast that was done just quickly, you can use Parallels or something like that, an emulator. A lot of guys that trade ideas have Macs, and that's what they do. And I think you'll find people in this room. A lot of people use Macs and they use an emulation program, or like Chris just said, you can use an Amazon Workspace, AWS, or something like that. And then you'll basically have the full package. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of alerts now, guys. A lot of alerts on the stocks making new highs now. I don't see the SPY. I mean, the SPY's had a little run, but I don't see like a huge move yet. Ugh, kicking myself on this one. See, I don't see any specific news on this one, but something's happening. FTSI. Where are they out of? Texas, okay. So is this possible because the hurricane did not affect the area as badly as they thought? Is that possible? I see this is out of Texas, support activities for oil and gas. Okay. So that's the reason. Yeah, you know, with this pandemic going on, you kind of forget that there are other horrible things happening in the world. Okay, I'll put it here. I don't know why you're having a problem, but okay. So here it is. Just a moment, please. It did get halted. And here's my halts resumes. Another thing I'm sharing. So this is Amex. I don't know where this is going to. Yes, it can, Julian. Absolutely. You can link to. You can link. Yes. Bottom line is yes. Very easy. Make sure you heard that. Okay, yeah, easy. Yeah, just use our external linking tool. Link the first one, you know, by adding a link, and then do it again, add the link, no problem. Yep, part of the platform, yes. Gypsy Trader, yes. I sense a convert. You say you're using something else, and you have this room. You know, a lot of good traders in the room, great traders in the room, and you know, I'm always here to help. So let's see where this one is stacking up to open at. So far, no clue really. It looks like it's the same. I'm afraid to look at Fossil. I know I mentioned it as a potential swing for you guys. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. You just look what it's done today. Look left, it has some room to 8. Had a nice recovery last week, you know, directionless, but the 2 previous weeks, great recovery. Had earnings on the 12th. So this was post-market on the 12th, so that means the 13th would have been the reaction. So there was the reaction right there, that day to earnings. It had to struggle to get through that 200-day. I remember that now. I just struggle. There's the 200-day moving average right there, the green line. But once well, it took a while though. I mean, it popped up and chopped around for a while. Maybe this is, maybe now it's all free. All right, FTSE just resumed. So this was a 5-minute halt. 225.07, 230.07, right on the button. So that was a 5-minute halt. And it dropped, but it's coming right back. And any, my goodness, any is not over either. Look at any. Jeez. These crazy ones. 269, next high looking left for any. So if you want a software program that finds dynamic stocks, I think you're in the right, this is the one. They don't all, they don't all have to be cheap. I just happen to, put a 1 to 20 price range on. And why? Well, one of the reasons is, you get the incredible moves. You can get the incredible moves. But also, they're liquid. It's not like they're, you're not going to be able to get out of a trade. Yeah, I'm still very interested in this one next week to see what it does, XPEV. Very interested. Too many big players behind it. Does that mean it's, it's going to go crazy? Of course not. But remember, the IPO was at 15, so it's still above. It's 50% or so above the IPO price. What do I think of Arnet? So the next high looking left on the weekly chart looks like around right there, 474. I always think that 5 is going to be really tough for stocks like this to get through, but 5, if it gets through 5 though, yeah, it's got room. Looking at that weekly chart, it definitely has room. On the monthly chart, 469 is the high, so it's above. And then right there, that's a big stalling area. 5 could be tough to get through. It's a psychological number. Yeah, Rocket's on the move. It's been a crazy trader for an IPO with a lot of big guys behind it. Of course, we had this big pullback, big run, and even a little pullback here. What is Big C doing? Did it finally give some up? Yeah, a little bit anyway. Well, actually, from yesterday's high, yeah, quite a bit, $30. You talk about an IPO. that ran. I will, Mike. Thank you. I will. Here's another one. Look at this one. PVAC. Is this the same? Yeah. All these refineries, I guess, in the area, even if they're not in the area, starting to run as I guess the hurricane is not quite as bad as expected. Questions? Are there any questions to sort of keep me going? All right, here's another little one. So these are a couple hospitality ones. Taste, Carol's Restaurant, TAST, and AHT. There is a scientific reason for it. But can we enter a stock symbol in the chart window? You mean here? Can you? I will, Tom. Thank you. I'll do that. Yeah, just left click on the chart so it's the active chart, and then just start typing. And the change symbol box will come up. And you can click on change or hit return, enter in your keyboard, and done. So the trick is to left click on the chart just to make sure that the system knows where you are, and then just start typing a symbol. Okay, my criteria, again, what chart am I using? These are trade ideas charts. These are, okay, so Lucky, are you using the web-based version, or are you using the app, or a web-based version? Haven't you? Okay, try hitting the space bar. Hit the space bar. And see if that pops it up. Okay. So these are trade ideas charts. Okay, this is part of the program. You asked me what charts I use. All right, haven't done this for a while. Yes, you're right. And again, okay, when you say you got that, so I'm not answering your question correctly. What do you mean? Which chart are you using to click through the various stock symbols? So when I click on an alert, these are all linked. These timeframes are all linked. And then this one, of course, is not. So again, I'm not a big swing trader, but if I were going to swing, I have my four rules for swing trading. All right, so I'm going to download, show you what they are. You can do that the same. Where is it? Well, there's one here. There's one here. There's one here. I mean, they're all on the screen. Any symbol that I click on doesn't have to be an alert window. Any symbol that I click on is going to load the charts. Maybe you can't see my screen. If you can't see my screen, I mean, I'm just clicking on, different alerts within. Okay. All right, so this, if I were going to swing trade anything, let me just put this over here. So check the daily and the weekly chart for a large gap, okay? So you can see right here, so every time I click on alert, that's why I have this daily, weekly, and monthly, because, again, as I've said a million times, all these are making new highs for the day, so I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. So if I'm looking at all, maybe to swing something, I want to see what it looks like on the higher time frames. So here's the example I have here. This is a true stock. I can't remember what it was. Daily chart. And so obviously when you look at this chart, you say, holy smokes, look at this gap. Okay, potential gap fill, number one. So check. Number two, where is the 200-day moving average? Way above here. For me, it doesn't have to be above it. The price doesn't have to be above it, but that's, it's far enough away. So check. Big deal. When is the company going to release earnings? I never, ever, ever hold a stock through earnings. Ever. I don't care what I've read, what you might read. You're going to have blowout earnings, all that stuff. I just don't hold a stock through earnings. So I'll check at a couple of places though, because we do have, our provider gives us when they think earnings are, when a company, but sometimes they change. So I might check another source just to make sure. And then I do want the stock to close near the high of the day. I don't want to have to worry about today's resistance. So I don't want to have the stock pull all the way back and then have to worry about today's resistance. Remember, we're talking now the next day to overcome. So I like to see the stock close near the high of the day. It doesn't have to be right at, the penny. Okay. So those are my rules. If I can check all these four boxes, then it becomes something as a swing candidate. And again, so you can have this. All I have to do is click on the room drive icon and my 4 rules for swing trading. Yeah, I mean, look, if you guess right and it's an earnings huge earnings win, yeah, the next day the stock is gap. But you know what? A lot of times, if it's a huge earnings win and there's room for the stock to move, it can keep going for days. So I just like to take the gambling aspect out of it. Now, is the SPY going to close at 3,500? Not 3,500. I mean 350. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I may even wrap up a little bit early if there are no more questions. Again, I'll stick around. If you guys got questions, I'll stick around. But Okay, I think I might do that, 15 minutes early on a Friday. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so why don't we just wrap this up now, and we'll do this all over again. The last day of August, that's August 31st on Monday, so last day. So always interesting, seeing what happens with options and things like that. A link to the web platform. Yeah, I mean, it's right. When you go to the home page, let me see if it's on my home page, on my page. Trying to pump my page because it has a lot of links. It just means that I don't have to. Put a bunch of different links in. So I've got a lot of links in here. Here we go. Okay, so if you click on my link, let me go back. So who asked the question? Yeah, so if you go to if you click on my link right here, okay, and then it literally it should say it says web access right up here. So this is the app, and then here's your web access. Okay. If you're talking about our homepage, sure. Well, I think, in fact, that's again, I'm going to force you guys to go here. Right here, questions and answers. So this is the homepage, basically. It's got a lot of, I like it. It's got a lot of information for my homepage that they created for me. So it's got a lot of the information. So questions and answers, I think, is what you're looking for. And then you pop on that, then you can actually ask a question. Is this an accounting questions? Who asked the question? Stan? Technical? So, okay. You can run it by me. I may be able to help, but if not, yeah, you'll have to go. Bill and William are there. That's a great consolidate. It'd be interesting to see what happens with need for later. Okay. Okay, good. Not good, but okay. That's a great consolidation for NTNX. This should be very interesting what happens on next week. Earnings, but the CEO left. The founder and CEO. He announced it last night during the conference call, earnings conference call, and I don't think anybody really knew. I don't think he's not leaving for any bad reasons. It's just he's just decided that's it. At least that's what I read. All right, everybody. I don't see any other questions, so well, let's wrap it up then. I'll open the room. We'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock. So I hope to see everybody there. Bye bye. Have a great weekend.